some kind of magic ingredient that takes you there. Well, you just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just keep showing up. I bet it isn't what you wanna hear from me. No, you just wanna find some kind of lucky pill for free. But you just have to keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. It's the only thing, if I know anything, that will set you for life. There ain't no
I'd like to reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council Public Financing Authority. City Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Sorry, Mayor. Okay. Councilmember Mosier.
Here.
Councilmember Bolton.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Burns.
Here.
Mayor Vandermark.
Here.
Councilmember Strickland.
Here.
Councilmember McKeon.
Here.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. We'll now moving on to Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led tonight by Captain Bo Svensba.
Please stand if you're able. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
Next, tonight's invocation will be given by Huntington Beach Police Chaplain Bob Ewing.
Would you all bow with me, please? Almighty God, we have come into your presence with grateful hearts. Father, we are thankful for our great nation and the freedoms that we have. We are thankful for the men and women who have fought for these freedoms we hold so dearly. I thank you for our city and those who lead us. I pray that as our city council deliberates tonight, that you would grant them the wisdom needed to make decisions that will impact our city. I pray the same for those members of our city staff as they advise our council. I thank you for the freedom to offer opinions about city matters, and I pray that all who offer those opinions will do so with respect and courtesy. God, this city is a great city. We have so much to offer both our citizens and our visitors, so be with us tonight as decisions are made that will impact all. Finally, Father, I pray for our public safety department. I ask, Father, that you would be with Chiefs Parra and Haberly, their command staffs, and all of our men and women who serve. We thank you for their service to our community. In your most holy name, Lord, I pray. Amen.
So at this point, we'd like to move forward with our fireworks lottery, and then we will continue on with public comments.
All right, Mayor, I have a short presentation before I introduce Miss Huntington Beach. If Julie can help me put it up on the screen, I'll go ahead and let everybody know what happened during our application period. So for 2024, we had some high school winners that I'm going to announce. They're not part of tonight's lottery, but each public high school conducts their own lottery with their own sports and extracurricular activity groups. So Edison High School submitted winners for football, and ASB, they have alternates of boys tennis, MUN, and girls lacrosse. Our next high school, Huntington Beach, Their girls basketball boosters club was successful, as was Oilers Boys Basketball Boosters Association. They'll go ahead and share that booth with alternates football and field hockey. Marina High School winners were field hockey, girls outdoor sports booster club, and the alternates were Marina High School swim and boys volleyball booster club. Ocean View High School winners were baseball boosters and soccer, and their alternates, football boosters and volleyball. And for our private high school, Liberty Christian High School, the proceeds, if selected, will go to their technology department. I'd like to introduce Miss Huntington Beach. Come on up, Ruby. Miss Huntington Beach 2024. Ruby Brown Villieu. I hope I said that right, Ruby. Ruby's going to help Mayor Vandermark conduct the lottery tonight, and we're going to start by moving on to our first set of participants are going to be our partnership groups that we have. This year we adopted a new resolution to allow for one additional fireworks booth permit to be exclusively issued to a city-related organization or foundation defined as a charitable organization that's been established as a result of a partnership with a specific city department and has the primary purpose of financially supporting city services and operations. So tonight's participants in year one, and this is important, we're establishing an order or a list, if you will, of how these booths will be awarded in the years to come. There are 3 partnership groups right now. Huntington Beach Council on Aging is number 1, Huntington Beach Fire Outreach Foundation, and Huntington Beach Police and Community Foundation. So, Miss Huntington Beach or Mayor Vandermark, can you put balls 1, 2, and 3 inside the spinner? And you just close the top, and we're only going to be selecting the first ball that drops wins the booth. So what number are we? Okay, so B2, Huntington Beach Fire Outreach Foundation will be lucky enough to host a Safe and Sane fireworks booth this year. Now we can go to our next group, will be youth sports. And so we can go, balls 1 through 11 can go into the spinner. 1 through 11. Okay. Yes, yes. So that 1 through 11 is in there, correct? Just a moment. Mistake. So we should have rolled for positions to the second and third booth. So would you mind emptying the... Sorry. So we already drew ball number 2, so let's put 1 and 3 back in there. Thank you, Ashley. Okay, so 1 and 3 are in there, right? All right. So let's go ahead and select the next number. B3. Okay, and obviously that leaves ball number 1, and that can stay in there. We don't need to pull it out. So we've got our order, and now we can go ahead and put those back in 1 through 11 for youth sports. Yes, I'm ready.
B1.
Okay, so that is HB Divers, doing business as Coast Divers, number 1. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Oh. B5, and that is Huntington Valley Little League. And if 2 came out, go ahead. That's fine. I know, that's fine. It looks like it'd be really easy, but it's not. Okay, B11, and that is North OC Youth Sports Organization. That's our 3rd winner. Yep. It's okay. That's because it gets, that's fine.
B6.
B6, that is Team 90, doing business as California Rush, number 4 winner, and we'll do number 5. Okay. B2, Seaview Little League. That is our 5th booth. All right, and we're going to draw 3 alternates. And that's in case one of the groups can't fulfill the... Maybe a little slower. How about go the other direction?
Come on, Mayor.
Oh, there it is.
B8.
B8 is Huntington Beach Chargers Youth Football and Cheer. That's alternate 1. Okay. I don't know, you're going pretty fast there. Okay. Reverse. Okay. B3, that is culture football. That's alternate number 2. Pick one more. It always works really good when you're practicing. Okay, B9, that is Beach Elite Volleyball, so that's alternate number 3. So congratulations to HB Divers, to Huntington Valley Little League, to North OCU Sports Association, Team 90, California Rush, and Seaview Little League. And we'll go ahead and be posting that on the web tomorrow, and you'll be hearing from fire department representatives about your permit obligations. So now we can go ahead and put in all balls up to 17. So I think everything on the board can go back in. And we'll move on to civic organizations. Okay, ready? Okay, winner number 1.
There you go.
Okay, B3, Compass Bible Church is winner number 1. I think it's easier when there's more in there, too.
Now you tell me.
B14, Lutheran Church of the Resurrection, number 2. B12, Refuge Calvary Chapel, number 3. B6 is HB Elks Lodge number 1959, number 4. One more winner, and then we'll pick some alternates. B1, Therapeutic Writing Center. All right. Okay, so we'll go for 3 alternates. B13, alternate number 1, Orange Coast Gekuin. B16, HB Council on Aging. Alternate 2. B11 is Las Damas. Alternate number 3. Hey, Lisa. All right, so I'd like to congratulate Therapeutic Writing Center, Compass Bible Church, HB Elks Lodge number 1959, Refuge Calvary Chapel, and Lutheran Church of the Resurrection for winning a fireworks booth. And all winners will be contacted by our fireworks representatives because I have all your contact information, and so does the fire department. And I want to thank Ruby for helping us out tonight. Thank you so much, Ruby. Miss Huntington Beach, everybody.
I was like, shut up, Tony.
You can jump the balls there. I didn't drop one ball last year. Got the 2 strongest guys.
You're next. Okay, now we're moving on to closed session reports by our city attorney. So do you have anything to report?
Nothing tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Announcements of supplemental communications received after the agenda. City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Hold on one moment. It was on my screen, and my screen. Hang on one second. Okay. There it is. For consent calendar item number 13, there was a memo from our Director of Community Development Department, Jennifer Villasenor, with a revised management district plan and PowerPoint presentation for the adoption of Resolution 2024-13, declaring the city's intention to modify the management district plan for the Huntington Beach Tourism Business Improvement District. Email communication was received from Jennifer Williams, Senior Director of Marketing and Public Relations, Pacific City, regarding that item. Email communication received from Visit Huntington Beach Board of Directors regarding that item. Email communication received from John Benson, General Manager for Hyatt Huntington Beach Resort and Spa regarding that item, and 9 additional email communications. For item number 14, email received regarding the annual military equipment use report, AB 481. For consent item 15, email communication regarding the adoption of ordinance number 4317. That was police services at loud parties and other activities. For consent 16, email communication regarding, let's see, Chapter 13.8 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code was received from Jonathan Markowitz, free expression and access to government staff attorney with American Civil Liberties Union Foundation of Southern California. And then I'll announce the public hearing items at that time. That's it.
Thank you. For moving on to public comments, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yep. I think we're just over the 40 mark. Tania, what's our number? We're at 39.
Okay, we'll do 2 minutes.
Okay. We're going to do 2 minutes. So I'm going to call the first group of 10. Please come up and approach both podiums. Get things moving quickly. Barbara Shapiro, Shirley Detloff, Melissa Ronning, Amory Hansen, Stephen Quinn, Marissa Jackson, B. Chanel, Bethany Webb, Shami Dingus, Gary Potter.
Thank you. At this time, the City Council will receive comments from members of the public regarding any topic, including items on the open session agenda. Individuals wishing to provide a comment may do so in person by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the city clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes unless the volume of speakers warrants reducing the time allowance. Please note that the Brown Act does not allow discussion or action on topics that are not on the agenda. Members of the public who would like to speak directly with the council member on an item not on the agenda may consider scheduling an appointment by contacting the City Council's administrative assistant at area code 714-536-5553 or emailing the entire City Council at city.council@searchcity-hb.org. First speaker, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Shirley Detloff, and I've been a resident of the city of Huntington Beach since 1964. I was very concerned after attending a meeting of the Library Services Commission last week and listened to the presentation regarding the decisions made by the City Council regarding the library. The board heard that there would be a 21-member committee to review books, children's books, to ensure that they were not allowing any children to read books which they felt contained pornography, and then that the City Council, would be going out with bids for a company to possibly manage the library, thus taking it out of the hands of our current team of very qualified librarians. My concern was that this report should have come first to the Library Services Commission for their consideration. This is why you have boards and commissions and committees. They are there to review possible actions regarding the library and to give their qualified assessment of such decisions. They are presented with the most updated information on both privatizing and having a citizens committee select books. Then this information will be presented to the council, and they in turn could base their decisions on well-studied issues. These are the people you yourself felt were qualified to do the job. Another bad decision was the way you went about putting 3 charter issues on the March 5th ballot. You once again did not appear to trust the judgment of the citizens who could have been appointed to a charter revision committee. The normal procedure is to appoint citizens to review a charter change and any proposed charter or amendments. They would usually have a consultant who has a background in charter issues who would guide them through a review. Then they would come to some decision as to the need and if changes were legal. This could have prevented the total chaos that was created and threats from the state for some of the actions they might take if those amendments were passed. Well, they did take action, and now we have a costly new lawsuit, which we once again lose, and at great cost to our taxpayers.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, I'm Shami D. Promises made, promises broken. Of course, I'm talking about the authoritarian 4 on the City Council, who don't give a damn about what residents think about their proposals. This is what they ran on in 2022. No charter changes, more transparency, fiscal discipline, and fixing homelessness in 90 days. But this is what they really did. Charter changes? They introduced about 10 and then paid $400,000 to put 3 of them on a ballot. Financial discipline? Without even one hearing on the air show lawsuit before a judge, they signed a secret agreement to pay out over $7 million. Transparency? They got rid of about half of the committees and commissions that allowed residents to participate in planning. Now, we just have 3-person council committees that meet in secret. And fix homelessness in 90 days? Well, that sure didn't happen. So please, just do the things you said you would do. No more charter changes. Bring back transparency, the commissions and committees that allow residents to hear what's going on and comment on it in a reasonable way. Bring back, spend money conservatively. Quit making optional.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, excuse me. I thought it was over there. Okay. To some, the church is the center of their universe and gives them peace. To others, the public library is a sanctuary that restores their soul. The elephant in the room is that there's a local church that seems to violate the sacred constitutional guarantee of separation of church and state. Here's Gracie pushing the conspiracy theory of voter fraud. Now, Mr. Gates vows to fight for the will of the people now that we are being sued again. Brilliant legal logic, Mr. Gates, crying voter fraud when you lose, supporting election results when you win. Have you no shame, Mr. Gates? The Five's newest conspiracy theory is that librarians are trying to, quote, groom children for sexual relationships. This is an abhorrent accusation to justify replacing librarians with parents picked solely by their religious beliefs. So who is actually most likely to be a predator? Librarians or... We'll just go through and look at some examples here. Moms for Liberty, big book banner. What did she get in trouble for? I don't see any librarians. Stop making false accusations about our librarians and keep your church private and our library public.
Thank you for coming.
Mayor Gracie, Stephen Quinn, grateful citizen of Huntington Beach. I had not intended to speak on the library issue. I prefer to avoid such rhetorical brawls whenever possible. But when I witnessed the ferocity and the mendacity of the opposition, I was forced to reconsider my decision and come out of retirement. What outwardly appears to be a simple dispute over where in the library certain books should be placed has morphed into a kind of mutiny, an intellectual insurrection by our library staff, as well as a direct assault on parental authority. Refusing to obey the wishes of the public they serve, they proclaim themselves to know what's best for our children. When asked from where this awesome power devolves, they point to their advanced degrees, who are mere parents to differ with them. This intellectual aristocracy has a distinguished track record in recent years. Let's examine their report card. Did I mention that this highly credentialed and self-glorifying class of people are the same ones who believe a man can become a woman? That it is the job of physicians to mutilate children and bombard them with hormones based on their fleeting adolescent delusions? It is they who have abolished concepts like meritocracy and racial equality in favor of a whole new class of race overseers, branding this race to be victims and that to be oppressors, destroying the careers of anyone who dare differ, dooming everyone to a culture of perpetual walking on eggshells. The same cult of experts suspended the most basic constitutional rights and virtually crushed the nation's economy in response to a virus with a 99% survival rate. It is they who wish to compel people to drive less efficient electric cars, all the while raping the earth to gain the necessary minerals, all to avoid a fanciful climate catastrophe which never seems to appear. Should the library be privatized? I will leave that to better minds than my own to make that case. I do know one thing, though. It is possible to be highly educated and still be a fool.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Wow. Okay.
So I want to start with, since Mr. Gates is back here, I want to start with the March election and the almost $500,000 that we spent. For some of you that think that we were actually thought that your goal was A and B, which was voter ID, like anybody undocumented is going to go in person and commit a felony to try to vote when we have mail-in voting. That was not what you wanted. The flags you had already voted on, that's not what you wanted. What you wanted was the power that came with number C, the one you lost. You spent $500,000 of our money to lose. So that's not the only time you're going to lose. I came in today and got a page and a half of lawsuits. I'm a homeowner in Huntington Beach that we're going to pay for again and lose again. But to say this, that's not where our biggest losses are coming from. Your culture wars are hurting Huntington Beach's reputation. There is a lot of talk that the Olympics are not coming here, that the companies, let's see what happens. This is hurting the beach vibe. This is not Huntington Beach. Huntington Beach is not a maggot headquarters for crazy right-wing conspiracy baloney. So why don't you try for once to do something that's good for the city of Huntington Beach? Let's clean the bathrooms at the pier. Let's do things that actually need to be done. Let's clean the fountain at the library. Finally, we had another protest with over 200 people. This is the most unpopular.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Melissa Ronning. I used to love working for the city of Huntington Beach. I loved when I was the children's librarian. I loved being the senior librarian for youth services. I loved my job as principal librarian. But then City Council set out on their destruction of the library when the Fab Four were elected into office. I feel completely let down by our city leadership. I have not felt supported by our acting city manager, our assistant city manager, our city attorney, or any other management personnel. The fact that we are referred to as pedophiles and groomers on social media and nobody from the city speaks up to defend us speaks volumes. The fact that certain members of council accuse the librarians of providing pornography to children when we have never had pornographic material in the library and nobody defends us, that's obscene. The fact that we had to supply the information needed to outsource our jobs to the deputy city manager, That's ludicrous. We have been abandoned during a time when we needed the most support. Because of you, I've had to look for a new place to be a librarian, to find a committee that will appreciate my knowledge, skills, and 25 years of experience. I had to find a place where I can finally sleep through the night because I won't be stressed over what the city council will do next to undermine my job. So tonight, I'm here to tell you I resigned. To the library community that supported us, I thank you. To my coworkers I love, I'm sorry.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Gary Potter. I'm a longtime resident of Huntington Beach. I come before you to urge you to find a way to keep the adult reading material and sexual pictures away from our children's and grandchildren's eyes and ears. First, I want to make it clear that I agree with all of those that voiced their opinion to opposition to banning books and suppressing ideas that would be comparable to the burning of books by the Nazi Germany in the 1930s. That's correct. Although the Nazi Germans were not burning their own books, they were burning the Jewish books. That's not what this is all about. The concern is that in the early years of our children and grandchildren's lives, their mind is like soft clay, and their will is flexible, easy to mold. Any adult over a period of time can open up a child's mind to adult activities and adult desires. My wife, when she was a 4-year-old girl, was exposed to the same type of exposure. She was shown pictures of nude adults and nude children having various types of sex. The pedophile would read her sexually laced stories telling her, look, see, this is okay, everybody does this. It's normal, it's all right. But don't tell anybody, not even your parents. This is just our secret. Does that sound familiar? The innocence of a young life was taken from her. It was stolen and unreplaceable. My question is why are so many adults trying to teach and indoctrinate our young children in our public libraries and our public schools with this type of exposure and this type of lifestyle? Why are so many adults standing back, staying silent, and letting this happen? If this is left unchecked, it has the potential to do one thing,
Thank you for coming.
Thing well.
Next speaker, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marissa Jackson, and I'm a grateful citizen of Huntington Beach. And I want to first off thank Gary Potter for his comments. I pray that we make the right decision. I pray that each of you who are in a position of influence will pray to God to know to make the right decision on the library, whatever that may be. I also want to make a quick announcement. This Saturday we have the opportunity to do something to make a difference. We have the opportunity to serve our community this Saturday, April 20th, from 9 to noon. It's Community Service Day. And there are 40 different projects here in the city where you can participate at 40 different locations. And if you go to communityserviceday.org, you will find more information on that. And I am leading the Hygiene Kits project to help Mercy House and help the homeless. We desperately need supplies for that project, which include travel size shampoos, conditioners, razors, travel toothpaste, toothbrush. all of those kinds of items to help the homeless. And if you are able to contribute to that, I'd love it. If you could come to me after the meeting or during the meeting, that's fine. And there's other opportunities to serve as well. And this is a great opportunity where we can make a difference and help each other out as citizens of Huntington Beach. I hope you can all come out. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking tonight in support of item 16, the ordinance relating to certain activities on the city beach. This ordinance will provide additional tools to police to address various situations that may come up on the beach. It continues the City Council's balanced approach of assistance and enforcement. In particular, the ordinance allows the police additional resources during various special events. Huntington Beach is an excellent city and a wonderful place to share with the world. I urge the City Council to ensure efforts to have more special events in Huntington Beach are uninhabited by public safety concerns. Once again, I urge a yes vote on item 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, 35-year resident and homeowner. As we reflect on the complete circus that this city council majority has made of our city, let's start by acknowledging all the city staff who have resigned. In fact, one just resigned right in front of our eyes. How dare you guys clap for that? Who wants to work for a bunch of people hell-bent on political stunts instead of taking on the issues of the city that really matter? So far, under this leadership, the city of Huntington Beach has lost the Public Works Director, Sean Crumby, lost to Irvine. Community and Library Services Director, Chris Lama, lost to Irvine. Community Development Director, Ursula Luna Reynosa, lost to Garden Grove. Administrative Services Director, Brittany Mello, lost to Menlo Park. Chief Financial Officer, Bulasan, lost to Irvine. And the newest city manager, Mr. Zelinka, who abruptly resigned. Was he unwilling to be a yes man to the F4? Now they want to drive away our cherished longtime librarians and historians by threatening their jobs and pensions and making their environment miserable, as was just testified to, with their confusing censorship policies and by stoking the flames of attacks on them by their supporters who shamefully call librarians pedophiles and groomers. Shame. They want to take the beautiful library that we, the people, have paid for with our taxes and hand over the keys to a greedy corporation at the direction of sneaky lobbyist Mike Posey. Are you serious? As we face yet another lawsuit from the state, the city council majority and Attorney Gates are in cahoots, cooking up their next political stunts as they bleed Huntington Beach dry and we go bankrupt. We'll be forced to cut city services, endangering our award-winning libraries, homeless solutions, clean beaches, downtown business solutions, increased tourism, park rangers, aging infrastructure, and being able to fill pivotal city employee vacancies because no one wants to work for people whose legacy will be book banning cruelty and decimating our masterpiece of the most beautiful historical library in all of Orange
Thank you
County.
for coming.
The next 10 speakers, Vivian Potter, Wendy Rincon, Linda Diaz, Chad Williams, Brenda Glim, Andrew Einhorn, Rick Brown, Mark Tonkovich, Tisha Prieto, Crystal Leone.
Next speaker, go ahead.
Wendy Rincon, 50-year resident. The most important asset of any library goes home at night, the library staff. We just saw Melissa walk out for the last time, and you all bear responsibility for that. The real reason that you want to privatize the library, it's not to save money. You would not be handing out settlements to your friends that cost us money. We would not have a city charter amendment that now has the city running elections with no proposed line item budget that we're now being sued over. If saving HB money was a priority, you would not be entering into lawsuits that cost us money. So let's agree, it's not about saving money. It's about creating a narrative that our esteemed librarians are the enemy, proven, that the books in our library under their care are dangerous. It is just not true. So what is? You are union busting. Many people believe that our educated librarians are the enemy, also that you can bust their union. The next step will be working with Michael Posey, who wanted to union bust when he was on the HB City Council to bring in a private company owned by private equity that will fire our librarians and bust their union. We will then just move on to the real reason behind the attack on the libraries, busting other unions. You are going to go after the Huntington Beach Fire Department and bring in Orange County Fire Authority, busting the Huntington Beach Fire Department union. Seniors, this will hurt all of us because of the show-up time. Funny how Pat Burns and Gracie did not receive police endorsement. As a child of an LAPD, I understand the brotherhood, and it's interesting that the brotherhood didn't stand behind you, Pat. Why is that? I'm assuming the loyalty is not there nor the love, so you're going to go after the Huntington Beach Police Officers Association. HB, Fire Department, and police. Heed my warning. They're coming after your unions. Librarians were first.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Andy Einhorn, Huntington Beach. Your scheme to privatize our great library exposes leadership failures in our city. While parents guide their own children's reading, they shouldn't impose it on others. Look what your kids are reading, not what's in the library. The library is supposed to contain a diversity of thought. Allowing unqualified individuals to review books is unacceptable. The library already has a system in place to challenge books. We do not need to change this system. Perhaps our mayor would like to censor books on the Holocaust or remove literature about January 6th insurrectionists, replace them with narratives that call them hostages. Is the privatization fiasco driven by cost cutting? Spending $400,000 plus on the recent election and another 1.6 to purchase all the necessary election equipment and pieces is certainly not cost savings. Stick to addressing city challenges such as infrastructures, deficits, and halt your detrimental decisions that lead to costly lawsuits. Our legal budget has ballooned by $1.2 million since the majority assumed power. I believe some on this council got another issue incorrect. Last Wednesday, the Community and Library Services Commission meeting should have been conducted prior to your vote on the library debacle. I suggest the majority enrolls in the Huntington Beach Citizens Academy to enhance your knowledge and improve your strategically incoherent management of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Vivian Potter. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach, this beautiful city. But I want to share something with you that I've been living with since I was 4 years old. I will be 80 years old in October. Do the math. Okay. Listen up, ladies, because those are the ones that have been speaking about pornography, about, maybe you didn't mention the grooming. I was groomed, I was a victim. I remember every single page that was shown me from the pedophile that raped me and did horrible things to me. Yes, all my life I have lived that, taught that one. Now, this is crucial. Anybody that agrees to have these books on the shelves is just, in fact, is worse than those pedophiles because they're condoning it. They are putting this garbage, evil on the books, on the shelves, so that children can be groomed. You are grooming them for those pedophiles. Shame on you. Shame, oh yeah. Anybody that condones that behavior is grooming those children. How dare them? That is evil. I have lived it all those years. Yes, I am a Christian. I have been redeemed from all that garbage. They taught me that it was my fault. I wanted this. This is what those pedophiles did, okay? This is the truth. You're looking at a survivor who lived through this all these years. How dare anybody say that these books are good and that we should have them in the library and I'm paying taxes for that? I don't think so. No. This is hideous, evil, and horrible. Anybody that condones this behavior, well, I can't say that.
Thank you
God
for
will deal
coming.
with you.
Next speaker. Go ahead.
I was abused at 8 years old by a pastor's son. Okay, I still want the library to be able to have books of all kinds. They do not have pornography. City Council, your shenanigans are hurting the coffers of the city, as well as people's livelihoods. I see it in my business, and others have said the same thing. It feels like we, the people of Huntington Beach, are being held hostage by a gang of MAGA wannabes stealing our taxpayer money to further their careers, no matter how it impacts our city. You tax our tax dollars and spend them on a $7 million buddy giveaway, a pay raise that exceeds LA for our city attorney, more staff to support the city attorney's agenda-laden lawsuits that do not benefit the taxpayers but hurt the city. Stupid, stupid, stupid charter amendment that the state warned you that they would sue. You create bad publicity worldwide with the banning of certain children's books because they talk about poop and body parts by a mayor who usually has more on display than those books show. Trying to privatize our library? Still don't get this one. But I'm sure someone's pocket is going to be lined and the services the library currently gives us will be stolen from us, all while they hand out bullpucky excuses. But let's get this straight. The pendulum will swing back, and you will be like gum on the bottom of a shoe, something to be scraped off and thrown out.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My goodness, my honorable Mayor, Grayson City Council, I ask that you sincerely listen to my words. Our goal is always to pursue peace. It is with caution that we move forward with clarity regarding the Huntington Beach Library. So how do we let peace rule when we lower our standard to the point where it violates the safety of children? And yes, this has occurred many times. For 10, 20, 30 plus more books containing pornography or sexual perversion has been put onto the shelves in the children's section of the library. For the PG books, I saw a drawing of a young child on his knees with his mouth open, another of a young child naked, standing bent over in a position to be penetrated into his rectum. This is not appropriate material for the children's library. I've been at court here before where I've witnessed the gavel go down and somebody be convicted of sexual molestation for touching a child on top of the clothing. So you got to be real careful what you're doing because this is not okay. These types of books that show colored pictures of children being sexually violated, it crosses boundaries into perversion. Our children are not to be recipients of sexual molestation due to the content provided by library books. This library is a sanctuary. We pursue peace and safety for our entire family. So let's make the proper corrections to the books in the library, and let's move on in peace and safety. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Tisha Prieto, and I'm a mother of 2 children. One of the best memories we have is going to the library. My children thoroughly enjoyed it. It was one of their greatest pleasures. And also, it was a wonderful place for me to feel safe to know that my children were looking at things that were appropriate. My children are now grown, but my heart is grieved to think of the children that no longer have that same safety in the city. Children are immature and by nature laugh and giggle at things that make them feel uncomfortable. The things that are being available to them in the library today is inappropriate for their young age. As a mother, it is my responsibility and a parent to teach my child when they're appropriately mature enough to receive the sexual information that they're being shown in public libraries today. I believe that our right as a parent is to protect and guide our children and to lead them in an appropriate manner. Sex is a beautiful instrument that has been given to us, and it's something that shouldn't be made fun of, it shouldn't be joked about, but children in their immaturity, they don't know any better, and that's where parents are to guide them. I do not believe having this kind of information available to be seen by children is appropriate, and it should be removed. It is our gift to have these children, to raise them and to guide them. But today, our children are being desensitized by the type of information they're being allowed to view on computers, in inappropriate books that are now available in the library, and the public schools. Our children are not ready to receive this kind of information. They're not mature enough. And as a result, they're going to be making bad decisions in their later years. So give our children a chance.
Thank you for coming.
Protect them.
Next speaker.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name's Mark Tonkovich. I don't have anything planned to say here. I can just say I hear a lot of people talking about calling names and so forth and all this. The facts are you guys got elected because you got more votes than other people, period, okay? On Measure A and B, got more votes than didn't, so that went through. So really, I see it that you're listening to the people. And the people that didn't vote for you, didn't win, are the ones that are coming out and giving this attack. It's obvious. As for the library, thank you, Gracie, for finding that one book in there. Personally, I think that they're dealing with the ALA, getting their ideas for the books like that. I don't care if you got a master's degree. If you look at some of these books, they're not right for children. They shouldn't be in there. Everybody says you're banning books. No, you're moving books to a certain section. If the parents want to have the kids access to it, they give them a card that gives them unrestricted. In my case, my kids would have restricted access because I don't want them to have those books. If I want them to have those books, I'll go check them out and go over it with them. So that's my point on that. No on increased water bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you for your time. My name is Crystal Leon. I stand before you today as a Huntington Beach constituent whom you represent, concerned mother, and Master of Social Work candidate at USC. I want to voice why we should not privatize Huntington Beach Public Library. First, public libraries are essential for children, youth, and families. As a first-time mother, I have personally experienced how programs like Huntington Beach Public Library's award-winning children's storytime can make all the difference to build up mothers, fathers, and our community's little ones. They provide valuable public resources available to all to help them navigate life, including Huntington Beach students and their parents. Second, the statement that privatizing would save the city money is not supported by any evidence. In contrast, other cities that privatized their public libraries through LS&S soon realized it was not a wise choice and became public again. For example, many cities saved money when they converted back to public, even each varying from $68,000 to $400,000, sorry. Some cities canceled because of late payments on bills and lack of transparency with the budget. Some rejected LS&S's proposal because it was unfair to employees, including layoffs. I urge you to find it in your heart to reject LS&S privatization over the treasured Huntington Beach Public Library, that Huntington Beach residents you represent have passionately and respectfully requested. If not for anyone else, then for the youth who love HBPL and all it currently has to offer the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Joanne Sosa, and I just want to make it clear, I've been hearing this, the Liberals saying that it's a ban. A ban means you have no access. It's not true. These things are just being moved. So just like anything else, if you have to ask permission, or if it's going to be in a different section, you need that access. It's not banned. Ban is completely forbidden. You're not ever able to see it at all. So that's false, number one. Number two, if all parents, who are all of you, usually parents and grandparents, when you take your child to the movies, you don't take a 3-year-old child to an X-rated movie either. Why is it a problem for this moving, that you call it the ban, is moving it to a different section? But yet, if you want your kids to go see a movie, it's okay to be a PG-rated or whatever it is, an R-rated. You can decide on the age appropriate. What's the difference? It's the same thing. You can have access. If your parent says, you can read this book, that's okay, your teacher doesn't want you, I'm giving you permission to read it, then they do have access. That's not a ban. But I don't think any of us want our grandkids to come over, and when we ask them, hey, what are you reading? What are you doing your book report on? They start reading sexually explicit things at the age of 12 and describing all these rape, disgusting things. You're setting up the kids for rape. You're setting them up to be groomed. And I'm talking about, I know what that feels like because I got groomed on the set of Trial of Billy Jack, and that was back in the 70s. And it's an ugly thing, but it's still out there, and we're seeing this all the time now. If you have any kind of sense of decency, you wouldn't want your grandchild or a baby to be penetrated by some disgusting pervert. And this city, I think it has a better reputation than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Vandermark, City Council members, I want to talk a little bit about the hypocrisy that's going on here. It's interesting how the left has been taking a position of calling this censorship. But let's take a look at HB book banning. That's a false narrative. Book banning, the most widespread form of censorship, occurs when private individuals, government officials, or organizations are involved with removing books from libraries, removing school reading lists, and removing books from bookstore shelves because they object to the content, ideas, or themes. But here's the truth. The Huntington Beach City Council passed a resolution to establish guardrails to prevent young children from being exposed to inappropriate sexual material. Nothing has been banned, simply placed in young adult or adult sections. So that's a false narrative that needs to be addressed. But what is real censorship? So real censorship really it threatens the freedom at the very core. For example, social media companies restrict and block conservative voices. That's censorship. And that includes Facebook, that includes YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, associate. Also, mainstream media. They distort conservative positions on a regular basis. For all intents and purposes, they are the marketing arm of the Democratic Party. That's censorship. Academia. There's no denying that an overwhelming majority of universities across the country are liberal, progressive, socialist, and otherwise left-wing organizations. That's an absolute fact. That's censorship. Hollywood movies and TV series are biased against conservative voices. And the print media. They parrot the liberal talking points and they're anti-conservative. So where exactly is the left's concern about the constitutional freedom of speech right that does not exist for freedom-loving Americans on the right-hand side? That's censorship. And where's your voice? You're talking about censorship here in Huntington Beach, California. Let's talk about what's going on a national basis. That's true censorship, not what's going on here in the Huntington Beach Library. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Good evening, folks. My name is Chad Williams, born and raised here in Huntington Beach, former U.S. Navy SEAL. I fought for this country, and now I have a desire to fight for our city as I was throwing my name into the hat for City Council candidate November 2024. If you folks turn your attention to the screen, we have a picture of a picture book that is currently targeted at 3-year-olds in our city library in the children's picture book section. What you have right there is normalizing adults bathing nude with children, whether you like it or not. This is a pedophile's dream come true. I posted about this on Facebook, and Facebook flagged that photo right there, that picture, as child sexual exploitation. And yet there are those here on the council, like Dan Kalmick, that would tell you, no, this is child education. Discussing the book in an interview, the author of this book said about this book, "I hope that the public baths are becoming more hospitable, especially to those who identify as transgender." And there it is, the quiet part out loud. She hopes things become more hospitable towards fully nude biological men bathing naked with naked little girls. Let that sink in. And the disturbing words of the San Francisco Gay Choir, they claim, will convert your children, happens bit by bit. And just last March 19th, Dan Kalmick, who sits right there talking about this very book right there, said, I quote, "I would absolutely read that with my 4-year-old. You folks vote for me in November, and I will join this team to fight to protect our kids, and let's send the likes of Dan Kalmick packing to read whatever he wants or do whatever he wants with his." Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The next group, Peter Townend, Kathy Ryder, Dina Chavez, Dean Torrance, Paul Madison, John Villa, Russ Neal, Gretchen Erickson, Kelly Miller.
First speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Gracie. Peter P.T. Townend, Executive Director of the Huntington Beach International Surfing Museum. Have been a resident here for 45 years, which I'm very proud of. More than half my life, you can tell I'm an Aussie. I'm here to talk a little bit about the item 13. We live in California in a tourism economy. Do you know that in the occupancy in February that Oceanside was up 22%? Huntington Beach was only up 2%. San Diego is outspending us in the tourism economy 10 to 1. And that is what happens when it starts to shift. Don't take for granted that we'll get the Surfing Olympics. We need, as Surf City, to keep our awareness in coastal California at the highest level. We have once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for this to be known as an Olympic venue. That only comes along in our time and once in a lifetime. Let's not blow it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dina Chavez, and I have a video. Maybe? It's a silent movie. So with the remainder of my time, I'd like to address my comments to the city manager. Sir, if you will, if you have any intention at all of saving our library in any way, shape, or form, or standing up for our librarians, now would be the time. We are possibly past the point of no return here for the break the library, blame the library, privatize the library. I would really appreciate it if you could stand up for our library. Somebody needs to. Anybody? 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 From this city, needs to stand up for our library. This city is very close to being broken. I mean, this is out of control. And if you could simply reach out to them.
Thank
maybe
you for
do like
coming.
Kathy Ryder, a homeowner and voter in Huntington since 1985. On April 10th, I attended the Community and Library Service Commission meeting along with a few dozen other concerned citizens. Because the city website states that the mission and purpose of the commission is to make recommendations to the city council on matters relating to the development, acquisition, and renovation of park, beach, libraries, and recreational facilities. Commissioners are to study, report, and interpret the needs of the community to the city council. But it seemed odd that the commission had to hold a study session to review actions that had already been voted on by the city council. Shouldn't our commissioners have been on the front line of the actions and not needing to be giving a study section on a summary of the actions already taken? Why are you ignoring this commission? The council majority has made it clear that they do not want the citizens to question their actions. It seems that you're really not here to serve all the people of Huntington Beach, so shame on you. I urge folks to join me tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. right here at the City Hall chambers as we launch a citizen-driven petition to repeal Ordinance 4318 in Chapter 2.66 of the Municipal Code. And finally, Mayor, your actions to destroy what is considered to be one of the crown jewels of Huntington Beach have ignited folks here in Huntington that have deep media relationships. And they even orchestrated the recent KTLA piece on your type of book restrictions. You can feel powerful in this room, and you can continue to ignore us, but there is going to be more press about who you are and what you are doing. It's coming. We are just getting started.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Paul Madison. I am the general manager of Paseo Hotel and Spa here in Huntington Beach. I'm here to speak in support of the resolution to modify the tourism bid because obviously right now there is an opportunity for us to be more competitive in our landscape, especially with the cities to our surrounding area. We all compete very hard to attract not only the tourist guests, but also the group guests in those off seasons. We employ over 350 team members in our property. It's a landmark to have people come and just be in awe of Huntington Beach. And what we want to do is to make sure we're able to represent that and promote what we have here in Huntington Beach and all the great things that we do have. One of the ways that we can do that is by making sure that there is additional funds to promote into our community. This is a self-assessment, so this doesn't touch the taxpayers in any way. The only way that you would be it would affect you is if you want a little staycation, you want to come to the hotel, then you might have a little extra on the bottom there. But there is no effect to anybody in the city other than additional ways to bring awareness, positivity, and just really be a part of the community that shows ourselves in such a great way. So we definitely support this measure as one of the main hotels that are down by the beach. And we look forward to seeing continued resolution in this way. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm John Villa. I'm the executive director for the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy, and I won't go into all the other things I do for the city, but I'm very supportive. I'm here for the T-bid increase for the Visit Huntington Beach Bureau, understanding that they are the arm of bringing in tourists to this city. They're the ones that go out and do all the marketing. They do all the commercials. They go to the other cities and work with the other tourist groups to bring them here. They're probably going to be our major force to bring the Olympics here in 2028. Without this funding, they can't do what they do. It's something that the city doesn't pay for, but Visit HB does. This year, they even put some money into the infrastructure to help out the city. They didn't have to do that, but some of their funding went to that. There's no other organizations within the city that has done that, with the exception of AES, that has put money in. So I think this, as the prior individual just mentioned, this is not a tax that the individuals within the city have to pay. This is visitors that are coming in are going to be paying that. And the city is going to see that as positive in going back to bring in tourism. So I'm here in support of it, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Kelly Miller, the President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach, VHB. I'm here tonight representing the VHB Board of Directors to speak on the consent agenda item number 13, the Tourism Business Improvement Modification. We're a 33-year-old nonprofit organization representing the city's vital tourism industry. We bring in millions of visitors, generating over about $500 million in annual direct economic impact and supporting over 4,000 jobs. Our visitors also spend money here, which helps local businesses remain open and workers employed throughout the year. But the stark reality is that this is much at risk if the TBID assessment is not modified. Currently, there's a 4% self-assessment the lodging businesses place on themselves. The VHB board is simply asking to adjust their assessment from 4% to 6%. This assessment is not a sales tax. It's not a property tax. It is 100% paid for by guests who check into hotels or short-term vacation rentals. It doesn't cost the residents a dime. Other OC destinations they're bringing on new hotels, new attractions, the rising costs of doing business, and a growing marketing gap, budget gap between HB and these other destinations. The board is simply requesting to increase the assessment to compete. I've been doing destination marketing for 35 years. This is the perfect storm, hence we're doing this, hopefully this adjustment. To be clear, a drop in visitors to Huntington Beach will undoubtedly reduce TOT revenues, sales tax, and parking revenues, all of which go back to the city to help pay for the essential services for our residents. If this modification is approved, we will bring to life tourism enhancement programs like the iconic HB Pier sign, seasonal beach restrooms, nighttime ambassadors, and various other things, just to name a few. We will also have an additional $2 million a year to market and target non-peak and midweek business in Huntington Beach. Finally, this TBID modification is about jobs and our small businesses being successful in this wonderful city we all love.
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you very much.
I'm Dean Torrance. I joined this group of crazy guys 1998. It's been a long time. So I've been through many boards and many staffs, and I got to tell you, this is the best we're ever going to get. So I want people to come to our great city, Surf City, by the way, and I just want to keep them coming. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Gretchen Erickson, 22-year resident, 16-year employee, and fairly newly minted chief shop steward for the Huntington Beach Municipal Teamsters, representing employees in all departments throughout the city. First, I'd be remiss in not thanking the various Teamster locals 399, 986, 495, 911, and Joint Council 42, who have extended support to our library services staff members during this tumultuous time. I'd like to also thank our amazing police and fire staff who maintain order and keep these meetings safe for all of us. Lastly, I'd like to give a special shout out to our incredibly brave high school Model United Nations students who speak so eloquently at these meetings and give me great hope for our future. I'd like to remind the City Manager's Office and Human Resources that our organization submitted a public records request on March 7th, 40 days ago, and continue to await a response. Next, I wanted to take a moment this evening to highlight Administrative Regulation 924, available on the city's website for all to view. The policy is titled A Respectful Workplace Policy, established in July 2023. These words are not my own, they're direct from the policy. The purpose of this policy is to promote and maintain a safe and respectful workplace where every individual is treated with civility, dignity, and respect. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, productive, and harassment-free workplace for city staff and a safe and non-threatening environment for visitors and customers. This policy applies to all officials, officers, and employees of the City of Huntington Beach, as well as city volunteers, vendors, or contractors. The city also seeks public cooperation with this policy. Any citizen, visitor, or guest present on city property or participating in a city event, meeting, or other function and failing to adhere to this policy may be addressed as follows: issuance of an official warning, suspension from the government building, up to a cease and desist order. It is very apparent that there are strong opinions.
Good
Good evening, Mayor Vandermark and council members. My name is Russell Neal, and I live in Huntington Beach. The Declaration of Independence says that America is founded on the bedrock of the laws of nature and of nature's God. The recognition of God's higher moral law is the basis for what we call the rule of law. The alternative to the rule of law is the rule of man, a government not based on the reasoned application of God's unchanging moral law, but on emotion and the shifting sands of political passions. Today's battle between conservatism and leftism is a battle between these two philosophies, a battle between reason and emotion, a choice between the unbiased application of neutral law and the screaming demands of an agitated mob. We see this very clearly in the current issue of objectionable books in the library, when the reasoned attempt by the council majority to protect children is opposed by an ill-informed assembly of people, unconstrained by reason or decency, let alone facts and truth. I stand tonight to encourage the council majority in your battle for reason and justice, your battle to uphold the rule of law. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you.
All right. It's the last group of pink sheets. Tim Geddes, Paula Schaefer, Janine Studer, Dom McGee, Keenan Durham, Pablo Aspas, Barbie Arnold, Patty C.
First speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tim Geddes here. Last week, I attended the Community and Library Services Commission meeting with a couple dozen or more concerned citizens who wanted to hear the study session on our library situation. It was definitely a cart before the horse experience. The Ordinance and Parent Guardian Review Committee having already been approved along with the RFP for privatization of library services. There was extensive questioning of staff by Chair Austin Edsel about the inclusion of certain things that the city would want out of the operator to make it palatable in serving the community. However, if you stack up the long list of wants, including fair treatment of the library staff, you would considerably increase expenses of a profit-making outfit like LS&S and make it infeasible to earn an expected return. The alleged savings the private operator could return to the city would also be considerably reduced. In short, it would not be practical or advisable to switch from our current operation merely to save money. This does not include the loss of grants and groups contributing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of financial support and volunteer hours and additional expenses it would take to make up the difference. I urge that the RFP process be stayed, if not abandoned, until the benefits are more clearly defined and community-demanded protections are put into place in any contract agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Paula Schaefer. I'm a longtime resident of the city. I am a volunteer and a patron of the library, and I'm a consistent voter. City Council, it's not too late to stop the RFP process to privatize the library. It was apparent to me when I also attended the Library and Community Services Commission on April 10th that some of the commission members were unaware of what could be included or should be included or may be included or may be necessary in the RFP. They seemed absolutely clueless as to what was going on, despite the fact that this was a study session, and seems like we were instructing them as to what was going on. And, based on the questions that they were asking, and many of us pointed out, why wasn't the study session held in February or March? But that would have been a logical process, and that seems to be something that's not very, very common lately, rather than the city council ramming things through with very little discussion. Purportedly, the RFP is to consider budget savings by privatizing the staffing of the library. However, I'd like to offer some suggestions for other possibilities to save some money. For instance, based on the city's new website, there's 1 or 2 vacancies in the city attorney's office. Unfortunately, Mr. Gates is not here right now. That if both were left unfilled, one of them has been open for almost a year, it could result in savings of, at a minimum, $300,000. Also, the city should stop its ill-advised efforts at trying to make every single issue based upon the city's status as a charter city. This seems to inevitably result in being sued for violation of state and federal laws. You can claim it doesn't cost us anything to have the city attorney initiate or defend litigation, but that's only when the city attorney is successful. That's not a sure thing. The city attorney's office should be asked to do less with less.
Thank you. Next speaker. Hello, my name is Patricia Cavada, and I wanted to say thank you for caring about the children. I wanted to say thank you for wanting to relocate books that are inappropriate for children. Many people think that certain books that should be accessible to children, and they push pornography under equity and diversity, when in reality they're pushing pornography onto kids. It's unfortunate that librarians and teachers, different types of educators have been demonized because not everyone is doing bad things to the children, but unfortunately, there are predators that are librarians. Unfortunately, there are predators that are teachers and an educator. Are all of them that? No, absolutely not. There's fantastic librarians. But I think it's unfair that the city of Huntington Beach continues to be portrayed as a city that is book banning, when in reality, all you're doing is relocating books to an age-appropriate section for children. Most parents, when you show them a book that is accessible to a child that has pornography, they don't want their kids to look at dicks, tits, and ass. I apologize for saying that, but that is the language that is on the books, and that is the language that a lot of the liberals don't like to admit that children are being exposed to, and especially the illustration on these books, which are extremely graphic, where children are being exposed to having to look at pictures where people are having sex. I just came to say thank you for caring about your community and for the well-being of the children, because there's too many pedophiles that are in this room that are pushing this garbage onto children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
You want to talk first? Okay. Hi, I'm Barbie Arnold. I'm a 42-year resident here, and I've raised my children here. We've gone to the library, and it's hard for me to believe. My mind is just getting blown. I came for the water bill. I didn't want that to go up. And I'm hearing all this about, and there's so many opinions, and it's so blown out of proportion. I'm dying of curiosity. I'm going to the library tomorrow to see if there's any of these books. I can't believe that there's these books. I mean, I've went so many times. We went to the story reading times. Now I have grandkids. And I've never seen these books, but I'm going to hunt them down if they're there, because I'll personally throw them away, because that's not acceptable for the kids in Huntington Beach. Huntington Beach is changing. I love our police, and I love the teachers. I don't know them as well, but there's pedophiles everywhere. In this room, on the corners, in the grocery store, they're everywhere. I grew up with them. I could just sense them out. And I would tell my mom on them, and they'd get kicked out. But now I get to the water. We'll go to the water, because that just blows my mind, everything that's going on here. And you can bet I'm going to be back more so that I can understand what's going on, because my neighbor brought me, but I've been here forever. Anyways, the water bill. Now, I don't think the owners should be the only people that have to pay for their building. Like, I have a triplex, and I can't believe if the water's going up, I'm watching it go up, and it's up like 50% already, or 42%, whatever it is, but I know the bill's higher. And now I'm retiring, and it's getting to where everything's getting so expensive. I think there should be some way we can have a tax that's everybody has to pay.
Thank you. Ms. Arnold, could you please fill out a blue card, and I'll reach out to you so we can meet?
I did. Oh, okay.
A blue card, yes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name's Don McGee, and I'm not a polished speaker, so I'm just going to read from my notes. It seems like the mission of the Friends of the Library, the majority of our city's librarians, Dan Kalmick and Natalie Moser, seems to be to partner with the ALA and its ideologies to divest the community's children into unprofitable paths built by a malevolent zeitgeist. Saving the library to these people appears to be indoctrinating children into practices such as male-on-male sex, sodomy and bondage, which are practices annotated using childish cartoon depictions in books like Genderqueer and It's Perfectly Normal. It's grooming, pure and simple. A degree in library sciences doesn't confer the moral authority of a parent. It would seem to do the opposite. Vivian Potter, who was a lady who spoke earlier, who was groomed into being sexually abused as a child, I'm telling you right now, we as a community will do everything we can to stop it happening to other children. I will start by ousting Moser and Kalmick in the next election. There's no greater cause than protecting children against deviant sexual practices, which we all know affects them exponentially. If you were to text some of these images to a child from your phone, you'd be charged under state and federal statutes, and rightly so. Thanks to Pat, Tony, Gracie, Casey for standing up against this nonsense, and we hope you'll carry on doing it. And finally, thanks to Michael Gates for fighting for our city's voter ID laws that are crucial to fair elections. Mike Gates, he's not here right now, but I tell you, you've got the spirit of Joshua and Caleb. You'll go after the state in pursuit of justice for HB, and we love you for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Perry Clitheroe. I came here tonight. What struck me on the agenda was a lot of new costs the city's facing. I saw all the lawsuits on the front. That was a little sad to see it all in one place like that. I see also that our water bill is going up. I know that we're facing cuts to services, including the library. It sounds like we need to save $1 million there, though everything I've read says that won't work. But I just wanted to talk about, I thought I stumbled on, and maybe nobody else has thought about this, maybe a unique idea. Maybe we just build 13,000 homes, and I wanted to give you an idea of what that would do if we met our RHNA requirement to our budget. I looked at a few properties nearby, one lot that was developed and opened in 2023 with 21 new townhomes, generated on average about $12,000 per home for a total of about $250,000 in property taxes. That's 1.29 acres. Right across the street is 8.74 acres of undeveloped land. They pay $40,000 in property taxes every year, a fraction of what 1.29 acres pays across the street. If we upzoned that property at the same density, we would get 142 homes and $1.5 million annually, more than enough to pay for the library. If we did that for 13,000 homes, if we found 13,000 homes in the city to upzone, and there's a lot of properties in the city owned by a lot of older folks that are looking to sell, and these developers would come in and give them a big cash, a great payday if they had it available. We do that, and it's $97 million. We got enough for the library. We got enough to run our own crappy elections. We got enough to pay for whatever the hell you guys want to do many, many times over. So, and we get out of a lawsuit.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
My name is Paulo Aspas, and I am a 15-year resident in Huntington Beach.
and I completely opposed to the privatization of the library. You know, I was reading last week about the Huntington Beach webpage, and say the city is the first time that I see a comment about the city wants to make sure the same level of service and program as for the library. You know, this is not about money. We pay $27, each taxpayer pays $27 per year. So this is not a question about money. I realized today that it is a question about punishing. It is a question that we want to punish someone. It is a question that, Mr. Kalmik, I will read that book to my kids as well, okay? I am with you. And I believe in God, the same God that many of you are praying here. And you know, when I talk to my God, say completely the opposite that you hear. You know, it is terrible that we are, instead of talking and try to get an agreement, we want to punish and we want to win. We want to smack everybody down. I think there is room for everybody. The library is an area for diversity where there is room for everybody. So please, be honest with the librarians. You know, they work here. Mr. Strickland was I saw him in a video saying that they are great, and now they are perverts. Why did you were talking about them 2 months ago, and now they are perverts? So if you want to get rid of them, tell them. They go to work every single day, knowing that they are going to be out of the city, and however, you don't say anything to them. Be honest to them and tell them that they are going to lose their salaries and they are going to lose their pensions. They have been working here for 10 years.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
So earlier this evening, one of our librarians announced her resignation, and we had people in the audience who were cheering and applauding for that. You know, librarians seem to be the next government public employee group to be, you know, on the other end of this extremist agenda, but they're certainly not the first. I mean, Gracie, you spent years in validating the expertise and experience of our local teachers. And just last year, you guys spent a ton of time insinuating that the city clerk job is so easy that you don't need a college degree to do it. So my question is, if you are so determined that government employees are unintelligent or that they're hurtful to our community or that they're groomers, or to quote one of our speakers tonight, that they are evil, why are you in government? Like, if you don't believe in this public system, if you think that the people that you are working with are not capable of doing their jobs, or that they're harmful to the community, or that they're not a good cost for the taxpayers, why are you here? That said, I'm also continually gobsmacked by the effort to make librarians seem to be part of this big LGBT conspiracy. You know, we've been seeing so much rhetoric every single meeting about this. We had somebody in the audience earlier today who had a sign with incendiary comments about gender-affirming care, which isn't even something that the city council would have any jurisdiction over. You know, we have Chad Williams, who pulls out one line from an interview from a children's author about transgender people and uses that to make it so that, you know, oh my God, Dan Kalmuk's a threat because he likes an author that affirms trans people. I'm a trans person. I'm still wondering, what makes me inherently more harmful to your kids than anybody else here? At the end of the day, this
Thank you for coming.
Culture war.
Next speaker. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Janine Studer. I've owned a home in Huntington Beach for 26 years. I came to this meeting to oppose the proposed rate hikes on the water and sewer. However, last week I found out about the privatizing of the library. And as a frequent visitor and patron of the Huntington Beach Public Library, I oppose the privatizing of the library. It's in the name. It's a public library. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
City Council, everybody else. City Attorney Michael Gates. Question: how is it okay to allocate 3 of your best city attorneys to prosecute me, who is representing myself, for an obstruction of justice misdemeanor, where the mayor at the time, Tony Strickland, and Chief Para, he just walked out, both concluded that both the police department was in the wrong both times on the 2 separate occasions that they tried to confiscate my cars. For both incidents, they attempted to confiscate my cars, and that were in my charge, and that would be fully, they would fully reimburse me for the charges I had paid. At the hearing, and then this happens. You still insist of prosecuting me. I just don't understand that. And besides this, I don't understand how you can justify wasting resources like putting me in jail, for years, for 2 years. I have a transplant, a heart transplant, and you guys are charging me with, this is insane. That obstructing justice, but there's no underlying charge. This is a secondary charge, and they eliminate everybody that I asked to subpoena. Eric, he told me he was going to show up, but then your office said that he doesn't know anything about the matter. He was the one that told them that my license tag was expired. And then because of that, then nobody ever checked. Nobody ever checked, and they towed my car illegally. And I told them that it was current, and then they still arrested me. And now I'm getting charged for this. This is insane, I'm looking at 2 years in jail, or I have to pay $10,000. I have to pay $10,000 for an attorney.
Thank you for coming.
You got to check. I am 267 pounds. That's how much I weigh, and I'm doing my hunger strike, because that's the only way you guys listen to it. And I'm going to eliminate it. This is insane. This is insane. Insane.
That's it, Mayor. That concludes public comments.
Thank you. Moving on to council committee appointment announcements. Council members, do you have any committee appointment announcements? AB 1234 reporting. I'd actually like to report that I did attend Sacramento on April 8th and 9th with ACCOC. It was a very informative meeting. So, yeah.
Mayor, I would like to also, under AB 1234 reporting, I also attended the ACCOC meeting in Sacramento on April 8th and 9th.
I would like to also report that I attended the Association of California Cities of Orange County delegation that went to Sacramento, 8th and 9th of this month.
Thank you. Openness and negotiations. Does anyone have anything to disclose? City Manager, do you have anything to report?
Just one item on item 13 that's before you regarding the T-bid modification. I'd just like to say we've been dealing with Visit HB and their board and Kelly Miller on this. There's been a lot of difficult discussions, but I appreciate their cooperation. I appreciate the spirit of cooperation they've worked with us.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar, items 12 through 19. Would any council member like to pull an item? Councilmember Bolton.
So to pull items 13 and 16.
Mayor, 18 and 19, please.
Okay.
I'd like to move the remainder of the calendar.
Second.
Okay, we'll take a vote on consent items 12, 14, 15, and 17. Councilmember Moser.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kelmick.
Aye.
7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bolton.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 13 has to do with the T-bid. So we had some folks here from the Visit HB Board of Directors to talk about that. And folks mentioned that it was not a tax. We weren't contemplating an increase in a tax on residents. I do have one question and one concern, though, and that is about the future potential impact on the city's ability, if we ever needed to raise the transient occupancy tax, which would be separate, you know, if we are talking about being at a total of 16%, I think, for folks who are staying at our local hotels. My understanding is that the highest combined tax rate for hotels in the area is Anaheim at 19%. If we're kind of headed up in that direction, would separating this out in the way that we're talking about doing potentially impact our ability to raise the TOT if we needed to do something like that in the future?
Yes, it could potentially have an impact. However, we couldn't necessarily assess that, how much it would impact that in any potential raises in the future at this time.
Okay. I note that what we're talking about doing here is we're not approving it, we're just proceeding to have a public meeting and I think a further hearing about it. So I'm not opposed to this item. I would definitely like to hear what residents have to say about it. Have seen some concerns expressed by residents about, you know, there's a question about whether this amounts to another effort at privatizing some aspect of, you know, what the city does. And so I think we need to be able to answer those types of questions for residents. So that's all I have to say about that item. Thank you.
Councilmember Bolton, also just for the residents' information, the T-bid current contract would run through 2028, so you'd have an opportunity then to either not renew it and address it then. So that's another opportunity as well.
Madam Mayor, would we mind having staff give the PowerPoint presentation so the folks in the audience have, I think, some idea what we're talking about? Would that be, it's only 12 slides, I think would be helpful.
Sure, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Chris Casanova, the city's Economic Development Manager. The item before you tonight is a request from Visit Huntington Beach to modify the management district plan for the Huntington Beach Tourism Business Improvement District. So for background, the TBID was formed in 2014 pursuant to California Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994. Its purpose is to market Huntington Beach to increase overnight sales at lodging businesses such as our local hotels, motels, and short-term rentals. Funding is derived from assessments paid by guests collected from those lodging businesses. Assessments must provide a specific benefit to the assessed businesses. The TBID was renewed in 2019 and runs through June of 2028, and a management district plan governs the TBID's programs and funding. The district has approximately 21 hotels and motels and 200 short-term rentals. The current assessment rate is 4% of gross short-term room rental revenue, and that is separate from the city's transit or occupancy tax, which is 10%. The district boundary includes all lodging properties within the city, and that's existing and in the future, and it also includes Sunset Beach. The total assessments are approximately $7 million for the current fiscal year. So Visit Huntington Beach is a nonprofit organization, and they serve as the TBID's Owners Association. They are responsible for managing the programs outlined in the Management District Plan. And the city has an agreement with VHB, and it outlines the responsibilities for both parties. The city ultimately collects the assessments, and then they pass those funds on to the TBID, to VHB. In 2019, the assessment was last increased from 3% to 4%, and that was to mitigate the loss of TOT funding that the city had been providing to the TBID. The TBID is the only dedicated funding source to market Surf City USA. And as you heard from tonight's comments, competitive cities are dedicating more resources and are adding new lodging properties and attractions. So to ensure that tourism promotion funding is adequate and competitive, VHB is requesting to increase the assessment rate from 4 to 6%. And this is the chart here of the comparative set. So for example, here's a list of neighboring cities with increasing competition to our lodging properties, just some surrounding new additions. And then if the assessment rate is increased, here's what the proposed modified budget would look like. The majority of funding would be allocated towards sales and marketing, and then tourism enhancement programs, which are aimed at elevating the visitor experience, will now have a separate dedicated allocation of 10%. The budget is expected to increase from approximately $7 million to $10 million. And then here are the proportional allocations, which shall remain the same for the remainder of the entire TBID term. So in accordance with state law, the steps that need to be taken to modify the TBID are as follows. In response to a request from VHB, Council may adopt the resolution of intention tonight. Following that, City staff will provide the required mail and newspaper noticing. On May 7th, a public meeting is scheduled to allow testimony, and on June 4th, following a public hearing, Council may decide to modify the TBID by adopting the resolution of modification. Following the June 4th public hearing, if the City Council approves the modification, then staff will recommend an amendment to the management agreement that includes responsibilities and funding commitments by both the city and VHB for implementing special tourism enhancement programs, such as the ones identified on the list you see here. These projects will enhance Huntington Beach's brand image, improve the visitor and resident experience, and are expected to increase overnight visitation and room sales. VHB has petitioned their members and received support from the major lodging businesses. Therefore, the following actions are recommended for council consideration. Adopt the resolution of intention, set a public meeting date of May 7th, and a public hearing date of June 4th. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. City staff, as well as Kelly Miller, CEO and President, and VHB staff are available to answer any additional questions.
Councilmember Kalnick.
Thank you. So I had a couple of questions that I asked staff earlier, but I'd like the public may have the same ones. So there was a slight change to the MDP, which added the word quarterly for collection. Can you explain why that went from monthly and we're adding in quarterly?
Sure. That was to make it consistent with the addition of the short-term rentals that have now come online. The city collects the TOT and the TBID revenue on a quarterly basis because it's a little bit more time consuming, and the hotels, we collect that revenue on a monthly basis. So there's two different processes for each of the lodging businesses.
Okay. And something that came up, I think, in our last week, or last council meeting, when we talked about folks paying that TBID assessment and the collection of that. When was the last time we audited that?
So the short-term rentals have not been audited before because it is a relatively new program. However, the hotels were last audited in, I believe it was 2019.
Okay, was that done? Was that TOT and TBID audit, or just?
It was TOT.
Just TOT.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we haven't audited the TBID, or would roughly it's like the same thing?
We would expect the same thing because the allowable expenses would be the same.
Would be all the same. Okay. The boundary map I see was updated. The original one in the staff report was just an old map. There was no like Sunset Beach wasn't excluded or anything like that. So it's the whole city. Okay, the whole city is included in this.
And just to clarify on that, it's also any additional lodging businesses that would be added to the city in the future.
Okay, so another hotel gets built, or
or more
motel.
STRs come online.
Okay, as people apply for their permit. Got it. This May 7th meeting, is that here, or is that a council meeting, or is that some offsite?
That will be a council meeting, and it will just to be able to take public testimony. After we do the required mailing notice to all lodging businesses, they'll have the opportunity to provide testimony at that meeting and ultimately provide a protest if we receive protests of a certain assessment value, then council couldn't move forward, and that would ultimately be up to the public hearing at that time. So there'll be two more opportunities.
Two more opportunities. So the vote tonight is just to continue the process. It's not a final determination. And
The vote tonight would be for city staff to begin the noticing requirements, both in the newspaper and mailing, to let all the lodging businesses have the ability to protest to council if they're opposed to the modification.
do we still have an ability to model the MDP up to the public hearing?
Yes, but we can't increase, so we couldn't go to like 7%.
Right, but we could change some of the terms?
Yes.
Okay. So the proposed modified budget, the pie chart that was up there.
Yes.
I just want to be clear, are any of the percentages allocation changing from the current MDP?
Yes. So if we go to
Okay, so it's that
the
chart,
existing,
before.
what we've done now is we've separated tourism enhancement programs out from sales and marketing so that there's a delineation between the budget items and we can more accurately monitor. Because ultimately, there's not too much flexibility within these budget allocations, and council has to approve the budget every year. VHB Board of Directors submits a budget for council approval, and then that would need to follow the management district plan that's outlined here.
And so you said like visibility into this. So do we have visibility into their books, or do we audit Visit HB since we give them money? Or have we done that recently, or is that something we do? Or is that even something we have the ability to do?
We receive financial statements annually, and our agreement allows us for the ability to do that.
Yes, so we do receive audited financial statements from Visit Huntington Beach each year. That is part of our agreement. However, we haven't done any other audits.
Okay. Is that when you receive audited financial statements, do folks usually do additional audits on that? That would seem to be enough, right?
Yeah.
Okay, for the most part, unless, okay. All right, and then I did have, so this ends in 2028, July, like fiscal year 28?
Yeah, June 2028.
Okay, so that's 4 more years?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so then at 4 more years, there's a renewal discussion in there. What does that look like? Is it basically a start to finish, top to bottom renewal, like de novo renewal, or are there like legacy things that we'd still have to address?
It's very similar to the process that taking place right now. So we'd have to update the management plan. It would increase the term. You guys did this in 2019 City Council when it was renewed then. And then you could make changes to the management district plan. And it would have to come to council for a reso of intent, and then it would be again the noticing, and then ultimately council would have to modify it through reso modification.
So it's effectively a de novo process, right? There's no legacy, there's nothing that holds us back from making any wholesale changes in 28, as far as you know?
No, I mean, I think it goes back to VHB just has to plan and prepare in terms of their staff.
I'm just trying to understand like what the process is.
I mean, and usually they would get started pretty early in that process.
Okay. All right, so I was really actually interested in like what Newport Beach has done, right? Newport Beach, it seems like they set up a private T-bid as a nonprofit. It doesn't involve the government anymore. And that was actually quite interesting. I know it's relatively new, and it's something that I'd like staff to like kind of keep an eye on as to how that functions, because I don't know why we're necessarily involved in collecting a thing and then handing it to somebody else. I mean, we get a small administrative fee, and we are good at collecting things, but just having to have the organization have to come and ask our permission to effectively tax themselves seems kind of like a big government thing that we wouldn't necessarily want to be involved in.
Yeah, I think the way to look at it is it's a city program under state law, and then the city is designating this nonprofit to manage the city program. But if the businesses chose to create their own entity,
we wouldn't need to have us involved anymore. I see. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, and then the other thing was what we did in 2019. There was you mentioned that there's a sharing of like we basically said we're going to keep all of our TOT, and then they raised their T-bid 1%, so it was kind of a wash. So their budget didn't actually change, right? Their budget stayed the same when that after that happened?
Yeah, the idea was that the increase would make them whole, and that they give back the TOT that the city was providing a portion of.
Okay, so their budget didn't increase when that happened. It should have been a wash.
I think it was pretty consistent. I mean, over time,
As TOT fluctuates,
yeah,
right there in
and
T-bid.
average daily rate increases, and
Right, but because of that, there wasn't a change in budget.
I could look at the specific numbers and get back to you.
Okay, maybe at our May 7th meeting you can do that. So, all right, those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Moser.
Thank you very much. I, like Councilmember Bolton, had some concerns with regards to kind of the space available. Should we want to be able to increase TOT in the future, knowing that there's likely kind of an endpoint where in the competitive market, we would not want to go above a certain percentage rate. So thank you very much for kind of mentioning that, and I hope that we'll be able to talk to that maybe a little bit more at the future meetings. I appreciated what the GM at Pasea, Paul Madison, had to say. You know, we are a tourist town, and it is imperative that we remain competitive with our other tourist towns that are around us. Also, it's so important that we do that because our tourism industry is a major employer in our community, and we want to make sure that we are successful bringing back our TOT, bringing back sales tax, et cetera. We also need to make sure, he mentioned that it's important that the Visitors Bureau, helps provide through marketing, creating awareness and positivity throughout the various media markets. And I would just, I think it would go without saying that we are getting a lot of unpaid negative media, and we should, on this council, I think, just be mindful of that as well, because I don't want to be working to increase the T-bid while at the same time kind of almost fighting against that by potentially decreasing the amount of visitors that are coming to our community. I want more people to want to come here. I want us to be a welcoming community, and so I hope that we will continue to work towards that, that we can magnetize tourists and not deflect them. I appreciate and would love to hear more about at the next meeting, more on the tourism enhancement programs, really just to understand what our community, our downtown community, as well as the entire community will be receiving from that 1%, actually the percentage that's there, that was not previously assigned. Also, I think what's something that's really important, and Councilmember McCalmick mentioned the question on being audited. I just want to make sure that the monies are going to the most effective methods possible. We're having a lot of discussion about budgets and challenges within our community to be able to pay for services. And it's so important. Again, we are a tourist town. We need to make sure that we are encouraging tourism. But I want to make sure that any monies that are not going directly to our general fund are going to do so in a efficient way. So with that, I would love to just perhaps in the future meetings hear about any tools or KPIs or an ability to have this all be more transparent to us, so we're able to track the efforts of the sales and marketing and enhancements, and actually be able to see, find a tool where we can validate that efficacy of these efforts. And then finally, I do appreciate the note about, this contract or effort being kind of up again in 2028. But I think in the meantime, that is still 4 years away. I would love to be able to really have an ability for us, besides looking at the budget every year and the audited financial statements, to really have just maybe a better look into how the efforts are and the outcomes are correlated. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to move the recommended action to adopt resolution number 2024-13, set a public meeting for date of May 7th, 2024, and a public hearing date for June 4th, 2024.
Second.
The Please call the
All right,
vote.
I will, and I just want to remind everybody, we did have supplemental communication that added a new map to the district plan as part of this motion. Councilmember Mosher?
Aye.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland? McCann?
Yes?
Kalmick?
Aye.
Item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Councilmember Bolton, item number 16.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So on item number 16, this has to do with the noise ordinance that we discussed at the last meeting and passed on a first reading. Since that time, we got correspondence indicating that one of the factual premises for the ordinance may not be correct. And so I wanted to ask the staff about the assertions that were made in this particular correspondence, if somebody can answer
Yeah,
questions. for me.
Lieutenant Smith will come up and answer that.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Good evening.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you heard the question.
Let me be more specific. So as it stands, what the ordinance says is that if someone has an amplification device, they can use that so long as it is not audible more than 50, within a radius of more than 50 feet of where the individual is standing. And so what's at stake here are First Amendment rights because, of course, people, if they're out on the beach or on a sidewalk or what have you, have the ability to, sing or speak or whatever under the First Amendment. Again, if it's on a public sidewalk, beach, what have you. So the question is whether there are devices, though, personal devices like small speakers that at their lowest setting are audible more than 50 feet away. So in the case of this correspondence we received, they said a sound engineer provided a report that said that at the lowest setting, some of these personal devices are audible at a distance of 200 feet away. And in their analysis, it would effectively make using amplification devices, it would ban the ability, which is not consistent with the Constitution. So my question is, is that accurate, those facts? Is it the case that a personal Bluetooth speaker is audible even if it's at its lowest setting at a radius of more than 50 feet?
If I could first start off with, the ordinance describes the sound as plainly audible, which is less of a standard than audible.
Okay.
Audible would be any sound. For instance, the vehicle code states that you cannot have amplified noise coming from a vehicle at a distance of 50 feet. That means if you hear any noise at 50 feet, it's a violation. Mm-hmm. Where this goes the plainly audible standard. I haven't seen the study or the research from the ACLU. I don't cast doubt on their research. However, when I did look up the devices described in the letter that they presented to us, a 15-watt personal amplified speaker, such that a musician would use, common ones are about a 15 by 15 speaker used to project music over a large area, large room. The 35-watt megaphones, that is also mentioned in the letter. One commonly purchased one, kind of the lower end one, has a range described as being 1,400 yards, which would mean that audible device is designed to project, which would be the equivalent of Pier Plaza to the Hyatt Bridge or to Lake Park. So it's hard to compare apples to oranges on personal devices in the area.
Okay. Well, what I want to do is make sure that if we are going to adopt an ordinance that it is, sound and we, minimize the opportunity for it to be challenged. And to me, this is a factual question, and I want to make sure we have an appropriate record. I'm sure the city manager, understands having the facts straight, so for the basis of the ordinance. So what I would propose is that we, with respect to just the radius, is it possible to approve the ordinance but without any specific reference to the radius and come back to that, or hold off on approving it until we make a record, that states that this, the way that we have this design now is not going to effectively ban the ability to use amplification devices?
Yeah, it's a good question, Council Member Bolton. I would say that, or I will say that we analyzed the ACLU letter. We also obviously were involved in drafting the ordinance, and we took a deep dive into research, legal research, including case law. The plainly audible standard that was mentioned is set forth or highlighted as a standard in case law. And so with respect to what the law provides, what permissible regulations are permissible under the same laws, I think the ordinance as drafted is fine, frankly. So I don't think that there's any reason to continue it or postpone it. If a change was required based on some legal standard that maybe was not appreciated when the ordinance was drafted, we obviously would be making that recommendation now. So I think as it stands, as presented, I think it's legally sound for time, place, and manner restrictions.
So what we're saying is that we have an adequate record in terms of the facts. So somebody's not going to have a Bluetooth speaker that is plainly audible, 51 feet away from the source, and then we end up, with someone accusing us of having an unconstitutional ordinance because it effectively,
There can be facial challenges to the ordinance, and then there can be an as-applied challenge. I think what you're referring to as the as-applied challenge, how it's enforced, and it's going to be a determination not based on what brand your speaker is per se, but excuse me, when the activity is taking place, when the sound is being emitted, is it plainly audible more than 50 feet? So that's going to be the enforcement issue. Obviously, if somebody wants to make a facial challenge to the ordinance, then that's just a different issue. It's a different standard. But as I said, I think I've been in trial and haven't been touching it directly, but I've had attorneys working on it, and I can tell you that they're very, very confident and comfortable with the ordinance as presented.
Okay, well, just for me personally, this is just me, I would rather we have a more robust record on the facts before we move forward with this. So I won't support the item, at this point, but, again, that's just my personal opinion. So thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilmember Kalnick.
Thank you. Following up on Councilmember Bolton's point, we could effectively just strike Section 6, which is the amendments to Section 1308-270, and move forward with the ordinance tonight if we remove things. But does that then require another reading at the next meeting, or if we just strike something, it's fine?
We would want to bring back a revision. We would want to bring back a revision as a first read.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
because this is not the kind of ordinance, especially since there are free speech concerns and obviously government regulations on speech, not the kind of thing that I would feel comfortable at this point just striking and adopting as a first read tonight.
Oh, so
if you want to make recommendations to remove,
the question was, if we strike from the ordinance as opposed to add, does that require another reading?
Technically, if you strike something and it's a first read and we bring it back with a second read as stricken, then you could have a first read tonight. Based on the nature of the ordinance, I would not recommend
either which way it would have
revising
to
it at the
The
dais
question
tonight.
is, it would have to come back.
Yes,
okay,
for sure.
That was what I wanted to get
Sorry.
to. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I mean, again, we've received a letter that is laying claim, and I would be more comfortable just punting on that and potentially working with the ACLU to see if there's language that would be more agreeable, so that we can spend another month maybe between now and then, get this done before summer, and still potentially avoid a lawsuit if that's possible. I'm in its current form, if we have to strike something, again, it sounds like we don't want to do. I wouldn't, at advice, not want to make changes from the dais, but yeah, again, if we can find some language here that is agreeable to a party that tends to know something about this, and come back in May, I think that would be helpful. So I would not support this going forward tonight, and potentially want to table it and have have the attorneys work potentially together to come up with a resolution.
Councilmember Moser.
Thank you. I appreciate Lieutenant mentioning the plainly audible, because that is helpful to me. And I also appreciate that, from what I understand, the objective of this is really to be able to provide public safety and make sure that people can hear any announcements coming from our officers, correct?
Yes, marine safety
Marine
staff
safety.
on the public address system, calls for service, distress, multitude of activities that occur on the beach where safety is important. And to be able to hear what's going on around you is crucial.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then I also appreciate that we would want to get something like this accomplished, preferably before summer, before the busy season. At the same time, I hear my peers' concerns with regards to the letter we received from the ACLU, and it sounds like there's language that we could get to that would accomplish this. Based upon that, it's not that I don't think that we should proceed, but I want to make sure that we're doing so in a way where we can avoid more litigation in the city. I too won't be supporting it, but I do appreciate the value and what we're trying to get to. I would just like to do it in a way where hopefully we can avoid any additional litigation. Thank you.
Councilmember.
So I want to ask the city attorney, just again on the public record, if we adopt this ordinance as is, are you concerned about litigation? Are you concerned that we're out of compliance?
We took a very long look at this and did a bunch of research. I had 2 attorneys take a look at it. The ordinance as presented is legally sound and defensible. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And I will tell the ACLU in their assumptions of the facts of what's occurring, we're wrong. I mean, I don't even think they understand the entirety of the situation in Huntington Beach and with the ordinance. So I appreciate letters. I certainly appreciate when they understand the situation and can provide good constructive criticism. I just don't think this is a situation where the city needs to be concerned about the draft as presented. You can adopt it. If council wants to send it back for revision for what? It's already legally compliant. So we can monkey with it and try to make parties happy who want to send letters, but it's already legally compliant. So
Okay, so under that, I would move to adopt ordinance number 4319.
I got a quick
Mayor
question
Pro
for Lieutenant. Lieutenant, as I understand it, isn't it also a tool for you guys to kind of keep unruly noise interference of other parties within range of that music? It gives you guys the tools to deal with that effectively?
It's a tool for all activities on the beach, on our public beach, which is from the sidewalk at PCH to the mean high water line. And it sets a defined standard that's easily explainable to the citizen and to staff so that we don't expect the community to bring their own decibel meters or officers to have to measure sound volumes. So that's why we preferred to go with a distance and a plainly audible standard.
And it's just basically the officers are going to apply a common sense
Yes.
method of dealing with it with a tool that maybe groups play too loud of music, disturbing others, or interfere with you guys.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, I'm good.
So I'll make a substitute motion to bring it back and have a factual record that ensures that what we have is not, as I said, effectively banning the use of amplified sound on the beach.
I'd second that.
Okay, we had a motion and a second.
All right, this is for the substitute motion. Councilmember Mosier.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
No.
Vandermark.
No.
Strickland. No. McKeon.
No.
Kalmick.
Aye.
So the motion fails 3-4.
Now
Now we'll vote on the
The original motion made by Strickland, second McKeon, correct?
Correct.
Councilmember Mosier.
No.
Bolton.
No.
Burns.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kalmick.
No.
Item passes 4-3.
Thank you. Councilmember McKeon, item number 18.
Yeah, just briefly on these next 2, staff or Chow, if you could kind of walk us through it. Just think these 18 and 19 are germane. our discussion after this on water and sewer. So if you could just kind of walk through item 18 and a little more details on the project and what's transpired.
Okay, good evening, Mayor. For item number 18, staff is requesting to reject the lowest bid for the Atlanta trash pump station removal project. We applied for an OCTA grant. The grant was for $500,000 for a environmental cleanup grant. The match is 20%. The project went out to bid. 5 bids were received. The lowest bid was $884,000. Oh, I'm sorry. The lowest bid was $1.6 million. The project budget is $884,000. So it significantly exceeds our engineer's budget. And the reason for that is for the dewatering and the shoring for the project. We essentially have to build a vault to construct the project. We have high groundwater, and in order to construct this device in the forebay, we need to dewater the site. So that is a significant cost that's driving up this construction cost.
Joe, can you describe like what the project does or is?
Yes. So for the state trash provisions, we are required to remove any type of trash or debris that's 5 millimeters or smaller. So that is our goal, is to prevent trash from going into our bodies of water, discharging into the ocean. Okay. That is the goal of this project. We work with our consultant. We've tried to reduce the scope. We tried to change the scope, and it is not feasible. We are requesting to reject bids and also rescind the grant from OCTA so that we can design the project, make sure it's feasible, that it is within the budget, and we will resubmit the project to OCTA in a future call. Okay. And OCTA opens a call for project every year.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to bring attention to highlight these complex infrastructure systems we have, and then also with costs almost doubling. So just wanted to kind of bring this up, like I said, to be germane in future discussions. So with that, I'll move this item.
All right, we'll go ahead and vote. Councilmember Mosher?
Aye.
Bolton? Burns?
Aye.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Kalmick?
Aye.
Item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Councilmember McKeon.
Same thing, Chow. Just kind of walk through like this project, the complexities, and just a little more detail for the community. Because again, I think this will dovetail nicely into the next discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Kean. So this project is to replace 4-inch-old asbestos cement pipeline that were constructed in 1967 with a larger capacity, 6-inch PVC line. It's going to enhance our water system, it's going to make it more dependable, and it's going to improve our new water system. It's going to improve not only the system itself, the infrastructure, but it's going to provide greater fire protection with a larger diameter pipeline. The project will also repave and regrade the alley that is along the segment east of Alabama Street from Lincoln to Knoxville, and the alley on Alabama Street from Memphis to Lincoln. The summary in terms of the engineer's estimate is $1.6 million, and the project is, the lowest bid is $1.4 million, is well within the engineer's estimate. So the funding source for the project is water enterprise funds. It's straight out of our capital water master plan. The timeline for construction will be approximately 6 months. So that concludes my report.
Perfect. I just wanted to highlight it. Old city, old infrastructure, 57-year-old pipe, built in 67. Asbestos was used back then. So just a good example of, again, the next conversation of like maintaining and repairing and replacing our critical water and sewer infrastructure systems. So thank you. I'll move the item.
Second.
All right, we'll vote. Councilmember Mosher?
Aye.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Kalmick?
Aye.
Item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Well, now moving on to the public hearing to consider water and sewer rate adjustments. Staff, could you please introduce your report?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, Honorable City Council. My name is Alvin Papa. I currently serve as Deputy Director of Public Works here for the City of Huntington Beach, managing the Utilities Division. Today I'll be talking about the Prop 218, proposed water and sewer rate adjustments. Today I have here with me to support Steve Gagnon from Raftelis Consulting. They've worked with us in the past to produce previous rate studies for a similar type effort. On the left side, by Travis, is Anthony Olowski from RDN Consulting. So they've also been working on this type of work for a number of decades. So today I'll be discussing three main items as we walk through this presentation. First, we'll be talking about the purpose and need of these water and sewer rate adjustments. Then we'll talk about the studies and the rates that we're proposing. And then lastly, we'll talk about the Prop 218 process and the public outreach that we conducted to apprise our residents. So first and foremost, we have a problem. And that problem is that our infrastructure is old, 60 years old. And this is something that we rely on to help deliver water and sewer services. With regards to our water system, the main priority is that we have an aging well field that's losing its capacity. 6 of our 9 wells are approaching 50 years old. And in the event that any of those wells fail, it would make it very hard for us to continue to meet our demands and pump water out of the ground. Currently, groundwater is the cheapest form of water supply for us. If we are not able to pump water out of the ground, we have to make up the difference by purchasing that water from the state water project, which is approximately double the cost. On the sewer side, we have 27 sewer lift stations in the city. 7 of them are approaching 50 years old. That's nearing the end of their useful lives. In the event any of those sewer pump stations fail, then there's a chance that that wastewater that comes out of those stations, they may end up at our beaches, could end up in our harbor, and potentially our wetlands. And that's something that we don't want to happen, especially with our status as a tourist destination for this country. You know, I know this sounds like a big challenge, but we do have a plan, and that's what we're fortunate. You know, we've had the ability to look at all of our infrastructure. We've hired our consultants to look at the amount of revenues that we're pulling in, projecting our needs in the future to be able to maintain a safe and operational system. And they've developed a financial plan that will help move us forward. It will help us set rates at an appropriate level to bring in the appropriate amount of revenue so that we'll be able to maintain the system in a manner that keeps it safe, that keeps it reliable, and we'll be able to build the projects that we need to build to replace the aging infrastructure. But before I start talking about the rates, I really want to talk about the master plan. So master planning is something that we do to look at what is the overall needs of our city. So we looked at the entire water system. That's 660 miles of pipe. That's 9 water wells, 4 reservoirs, 4 booster stations, and then there are a ton of valves, hydrants, sampling stations, and a lot of appurtenant infrastructure that's included with the entire water system. We figured, okay, what do we need to do over the next 20 years to make sure that our system continues to run reliably? We ended up with a list of $167 million worth of projects. If you look on the slide there, on the graph in the upper right, that shows the next 5 years worth of projects that we have proposed. We currently spend an average of about $3 million per year, and this is based on the past 5 years. So we actually need to be spending a little bit more based on what we project. I'm not going to go through all of the $167 million worth of projects, but I will talk through the three major projects that we need to focus on. So first, we need to build new water wells. As I mentioned earlier, six of our water wells are near 50 years old. So these water wells are mechanical equipment, just like a car. If you have a 50-year-old car built in the 1970s, I mean, some of them may still run. And right now, our pump stations, our wells are still running, but they're not going to run forever. So it's something that we, eventually we want to start building some new wells to replace the old ones. Next is on-site chlorine generation. So this technology is a safer and more reliable technology. It makes chlorine by taking salt and electricity. You combine them together and you can create chlorine. And the only off gas is hydrogen gas, which is clean and safe. The reason we want to do this is because back during the pandemic, there was a time where we almost could not get chlorine. There was a fire at the only factory on the West Coast that manufactures chlorine, and at that time we weren't guaranteed chlorine supplies. If we can't disinfect our water, then that means we're not going to be able to disinfect the groundwater we pump out of the ground. We'll have to purchase state water project water at double the cost. So we'd really like to get off this chlorine source and start using salt, which is a more reliable source. It'll be cheaper for us in the long run. And then last, aging pipe replacement. We have 660 miles of pipe that I mentioned earlier. If we roughly assume that pipe in the ground can last 100 years, that means we should be building about 6.6 miles of pipe. Right now, we're building about 1 mile of pipe per year. So as part of this, these water rate adjustments, we want to up that number from 1 mile of pipe a year to start building 2 miles of pipe a year. Well, we're not proposing to go through the entire 6 because we know that's a big jump, but it's something that we need to keep the eye on over future rate increases, and hopefully over the next couple of rate increases, we can hit that target of 6 miles per year. Similarly, with the sewer master plan, we evaluated the entire system. We have about 300 miles of sewer pipe. We have 27 sewer lift stations. When I say lift stations, these are the stations that pump the sewage from low areas in the city and send them over to the plant over at Fountain Valley where the sewage gets treated. And then we also have thousands of manholes and siphons throughout the city. So similarly, we looked at the city's needs over the long term. We identified key projects, and we've identified about $74 million worth of projects over the next 10 years. If you look on the graph, you will see that's a proposed CIP over the next 5 years. There are you see 2 large spends in the first couple of years. That's because we have a couple of delayed projects that we need to keep on going. We have Davenport Lift Station, which we're addressing some community input. We have Humboldt, which the bids came in too high, so we had to go out and rebid that project. And we have some restrooms on PCH. If you guys are on PCH, we have 4 little restrooms that are connected to septic tanks. We're proposing to take those off septic, take a pump station, and send that sewage across the river. We have, across PCH. We have Edinger Sewer, which is in progress now, scheduled to be completed by the end of the summer. McFadden Sewer Lift Station over by Greer Park. That's a project that we're going out to rebid to finish off the project. And then lastly, a sewer line project from 23. To get better bids, we're taking last year's project and this year's project, combining them together to get more scale. So that's why you see such a large spend those first 2 years. But really, right now we're spending about $2.4 million on average per the past 5 years, and we need to bring that number up. Of all these projects, really, I really want to focus on the main item, which is the sewer lift stations. And as I mentioned, some of these sewer lift stations are near 50 years old, 7 of them. we need to start replacing them. If that fails, that sewage could end up in the wrong place. Where we really don't want that ending up is in our waters, because that could affect tourism and our tourism revenue. So we don't want that. And then there's also regulations with regards to our discharge requirements that we need to comply with. And so with those master plans, I want to segue into the water and sewer rate studies. So the reason I talked about the water master plans is because that identified our need. You take all of those projects together, we have $240 million of projects that we need to build. We don't need to build them all at once, but we do have a number of projects we need to build over the next 5 years. So we hired Raftelis and RDN. They looked at the project. Based on our master plans, they looked at the number of projects we needed to build over the 5 years. They also looked at our operating costs. And over the past couple of years, inflation has risen. The cost for moving water, the cost for employing labor, the cost of construction, all of that has come up. So they took all those expenses and they've developed a financial plan to ensure that our revenues are going to meet those rising expenditures, along with the number of projects that we plan to build. And ultimately, their goal is to make it so that we can eliminate any potential deficits, and by the end of the 5 years of their financial plan, that we hit our reserve targets. As part of this rate study, they're not adjusting the rate components. The way that we calculate our water rates, the way that we calculate our sewer rates, those are all staying the same. And similarly with regards to our reserve methodology, which I'm going to talk about shortly, we haven't changed the reserve methodology. That stays the same. The goal of this plan is to ensure that we meet those reserve requirements by the end of 5 years. I'm not going to stay too long on this slide. This is a slide that was presented at the January 16 study session. These were the calculations for our reserve targets for 2024. So this is a standard practice that most water agencies do. They typically have a certain number of operations and maintenance that they keep in reserve, typically 3 to 4 months. With regards to capital projects, building projects, they include a percentage. And then for emergency reserves, they typically have an amount. For water, we have about $35 million that we look to have in reserves for 2024. So that's 3 months of operations and maintenance cost, 150% of our average CIP, and then the cost to replace one groundwater well and the cost of buying the water as we build that well. On the wastewater side, we have 4 months of operations and maintenance cost, 5 years, the average of our 5-year capital improvement program, and the cost to replace one lift station for a total of $11 million. I just want to reiterate that these all remain unchanged. These reserve policies have been in place for a number of years, and they're also included and adopted on our budget every year. And reserves, and the reason we talk about reserves, I want to talk through a scenario of, what happens if a well fails and we had to use those reserves. And it's, I highlight this scenario because this is the one we're most concerned about.
Alvin, I'm sorry, could you discuss what a well failure is before you?
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. So well failure is, we have wells that pump water out of the ground. So we have a metal pipe that goes down into the ground hundreds of feet. There's a pump on top of the pipe with an engine that moves and sucks that water out of the ground. A lot of times we could have a well failure where the shaft that's moving the pump will break or an engine will fail. Or in the case of one of our wells, well 14, the casing failed. Picture a metal straw that goes hundreds of feet into the ground and rust starts accumulating. Sometimes that pipe will collapse. So that's what happened to well 4 over by our Peck Reservoir. So that kind of stuff can happen. And when that happens, we can't pull water out of the ground. That well is out of commission. So typically the cost to build a well is about $6 million. If one of our wells were to fail, then we won't be able to pump water out of the ground. And right now, to pump water out of the ground, we pay $688 per acre foot to the Orange County Water District. The Orange County Water District is an agency that manages the Orange County Water Basin. So in Orange County, underneath Orange County, there are underground aquifers, pockets of water, that people can pump water out of the ground. But we can't just pump out of the ground willy-nilly. The Orange County Water District is the agency that oversees how much cities and water districts can pump out of the ground. And they have that right by law. So if we're not able to pump out of the ground, we need to buy that water from somewhere else. We cannot pump out of the ground locally. We buy that water from the State Water Project. The State Water Project is they take water from Northern California through a series of canals that brings it down to Orange County. They also take the water from the Colorado River that brings it towards Orange County as well. That water is sold to us from the Metropolitan Water District of Orange County. They're a wholesale provider. They sell that water to us at a cost of $1,465 per acre foot. So you can see that's a lot more expensive than the $688 per acre foot. So that's why, it's in our best interest to utilize our wells and to pump as much groundwater as we can. Currently, the Orange County Water District allows us to pump 85% of our supply. But going back to this scenario, if a well fails, it will take us essentially 3 years to build a new water well. We need to find a property to place the water well. We need to design that water well. We need to test it to make sure the water's safe. And then we have to build the well and then operate it. That's going to take us about 3 years. We've calculated the cost of the cost difference of what the impact would be. It's roughly about $2.3 million per year, which is $7 million over 3 years. So, in short, we could build a well now for $6 million. If we wait till it breaks, it's going to cost us $13 million. So a little bit over double the cost. But I talk about this fact is that this is what reserves are for. This is why we hold it. In case of this scenario, we need to get a well up and running ASAP. And then, so how did we get here? There's a lot of people are wondering, well, why do you have to increase rates now? I'll just give a little bit of history. Back in 2011, we did not increase rates. At that time, from 2011 to 2014, the CPI went up, and our rates had stayed flat. In 2015, we did adjust rates, but CPI still increased, so that means we're still a little bit behind. And then in 2019, we increased rates again, but that was pre-pandemic. That was before COVID happened. When COVID happened, I think all of us remember, everything was insane. The price of everything skyrocketed. The price of cars went through the roof. And I think everybody knows housing is really expensive and food. So at the time when we set rates, we couldn't anticipate all of this stuff that's happened. Since the pandemic, the past 5 years, CPI has gone up by 17 to 20%. When we look at the cost to run our system, our electrical costs and utility costs have gone up about 45%. And our construction costs increases have gone up by about 38%. So while CPI went up 17, 20%, our cost to operate our system is much higher than that. And they're not tied to CPI, they worked independent. And so a lot of those reasons is why we're behind. And the factors driving the adjustments, really it's aging infrastructure. We have, as our infrastructure ages, it's becoming more costly to repair, similar to the old car analogy. The older your car is, the more oil changes, the more you have to replace parts, the more you have to fix it. It's just even if we don't replace our equipment, our costs will still go up because we're going to have to continuously repair more and more. Our wholesale costs are going up. OCWD recently increased their rates about 10%. MODOC increased their rates by 16.6%. These are the wholesale suppliers that sell us the water. This is the physical liquid water that comes out of our tap. Those prices that they sell water to us are outside of our control. Those prices are passed through directly to our ratepayers, and we have no control over that. As we mentioned, inflation was a big factor, and then also new laws and regulations that continue to come through and make it harder and harder for us to comply without spending additional resources. And ultimately, by adjusting sewer rates, there are a lot of benefits to the community. We can improve our service quality, ensuring that we continue to provide safe and clean water. A reliable water supply to ensure that every time we turn on the faucet, water comes out, it's clean water. And sustainable management, knowing that we're just not taking care of our water in our system today, but continuing on into the future. And so on this slide, with regards to Prop 218, I want to talk about the legal framework of setting rates. This is all dictated by Prop 218. First of all, these rates are a fee for a service. It's not a tax. So basically, the rates that we collect for water, the rates that we collect for sewer, can only be used for water and sewer, nothing else. You can't use the rates to plant a tree. You can't use the rates to fix a street. It's only for the water and sewer. The other stipulation in the law is that we have to be able to charge ratepayers based on the proportion that they use. So people need to be charged appropriately and equitably based on the amount of water use. There are notification requirements, so ratepayers need to be informed by mail 45 days ahead. And there's also a protest procedure, which basically states that for every property owner that's affected, if 50% plus one, the majority, protest, then City Council will not be allowed to approve the rate increase. And so with regards to these rate increase, first of all, I want to thank the City Manager's Office. So our public outreach team, Julie and Jen, have done an outstanding job helping us get the word out. We've mailed 99,000 notices out. We have approximately 52,000 property owners that are affected. We've sent almost double the amount of notices out. We've mailed the property owners. We've also mailed the residents that live at those properties. They were also reminded as part of their March bill inserts, so they would have got an insert in the mail, sending them to the city website. On our city website, we have a copy of the Prop 218 notice, a copy of the water rate study, a copy of the sewer rate study, along with a schedule of this entire process. We've included information in the city manager's newsletter, on the city's Surf City Break, numerous times on social media. That's our Instagram and Facebook posts. And then we also have a loop on HBTV that's been playing since November. And then lastly, we've also held 2 public workshops where we invited the public to come in, learn about the water system and what their rates pay for. And now on to the rates. I'm going to be spending a little bit of time here, just so I want to make sure that everybody understands the different components of the rates. The first 3 bullets are rate components that are included on every single family bill. So number 1, we have a fixed meter charge. So the meter charge, that's the charge that customers pay to fund the daily operations of our system. So that's to ensure that the pumps are running to deliver the water, so that the sewer lift stations are working to send out the sewage, And it also pays for our crews to go out there to maintain the system, to fix water main breaks, to clean our sewers. The capital charge is the next component. So that's a flat fee, and that pays for the water projects, the capital improvement projects. So these are large projects, such as a water well, such as building new pipelines, such as rehabilitating our reservoir. And then lastly, we have the commodity rate. Sometimes it's called a consumption rate. So this is basically the amount that residents pay for the amount of water they use. It's typically based on 100 cubic feet. Sometimes you'll hear the term CCF. So if you took a big square, 100 feet, length, width, and height, filled it up with water, it's about 748 gallons. So that's the commodity rate, and residents are charged based on their usage. Lastly, there's a private fire line fee that's also being included as part of this. This is for costs directly related to providing fire protection. Typically does not apply to single-family homes. It's more for offices and apartments with a private fire line system. And this cost, pays to ensure that we give them fire flow in the event of a fire. For transparency purposes, I'm not going to go through every slide here, but I do want to show that these are the rates that were shared as part of the Prop 218. So these are the water meter fee. We showed all the rates over the course of 5 years for all the different size of meters. We showed the capital charge, which is the charge that we use to fund our projects.
And Alvin, just to note, the 3/4 inch is the size of most residential homes lines.
Yes, sir. 3/4 inch is the standard single-family home residential size. We have the 5-year commodity rate. We definitely know the rate for 2024-25, so that's why that's input there. And then the future years are estimated. And then the private fire service charge. So all of those rates were included as part of the Prop 218, available on the city website as well. So we talked about the water rate, and we definitely want to talk about the water rate impact. What you see here is the 5-year water rate impact. This is based on based on a comparison with other cities. The estimate is based on 8 cubic feet of water, so that we're on par and equal to the comparison with the other cities based on Raftelis's database. We're on the lower range compared to most agencies, and these comparisons are recent. The comparisons that you see up here are cities or districts that have adjusted the rates in the past year, or adjusted them this year, or will be adjusting them this year. So this is not outdated data.
Alvin, is that $22, is that the future or the current?
So this is the proposed increase over the course of 5 years. On this slide, I want to show basically status quo versus proposed.
Alvin, I'm sorry. Ladies, can you up there? I swear the sound just comes right down here. So if you need to have a conversation, take it outside if you can, please. It's kind of disturbing. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So on the left side is status quo. So status quo is the do-nothing scenario. The orange line you see up there represent the reserve target based on the slide that we talked about earlier. And the blue line represents our fund balance. That means that's the amount of money we currently have in the bank. Based on our current expenditures at the rate that we're spending, if we don't do anything, if we do not increase our rates, we're going to spend down all our reserves, that's all our money in the bank, within 3 years. On the right side is what we have proposed. That's if we go forward with the rate structure as proposed. Over the first 2 years, we'll still be using our reserves to deliver some of our projects. But you will see our balance, it'll even out. And then after that, we're going to start rebuilding our reserves, and we'll get back to our target fund level at the end of 5 years. So ultimately, that's the goal. It's important for us to hit those reserves because for us, it's a public health issue. Because by having those reserves, we can ensure that in the event of an emergency, we're going to be able to handle that emergency so that we're not living paycheck to paycheck. We have something in the bank for a rainy day if something unexpected happens. So that's why our goal is to make sure that we get back to that reserve requirement. With regards to the single-family water rate comparison next year, this is compared to our what we have locally. Currently, we're one of the lowest rates in Orange County. After we do this rate increase in year one, it's going to be about a $4 rate increase. However, that's going to put us closer towards the middle. We'll be closer towards the cities of Westminster, the cities of Garden Grove. We think that's a better place to be. It'll give us the funds that we need to reliably maintain our system and build a lot of the key projects that we had discussed earlier. And then on to the sewer rate. With regards to the sewer rate, we similarly develop rates over the course of the next 5 years. The sewer rate is different from the water rate in that the sewer rate is one flat fee for all properties, but the number is different based on the dwelling type. So for single-family residential and multifamily residential, it's based on the number of equivalent dwelling units. For commercial industrial, it's based on equivalent dwelling units, but there's a conversion factor based on the size of their meter or the actual number of units on that property. And then for educational institutions, we don't look at dwelling units, we look at the average daily attendance by that school is how we charge our rates. And all this information, as I mentioned earlier, is included in the Prop 218 notice and is also available on our website. Similar to the water, Raftellus did a comparison for us through their database. This is everybody in the past year or this year, what their adjustments look like over the next 5 years. As you can see, we're towards the lower end, lower than most other agencies, but that's because our sewer rates are already fairly low. Similar to the water slide, the orange line represents a reserve target. The blue line represents our fund balance. Over the course of 3 years, we're likely to spend down our reserves. If we adjust our sewer rates, then we'll be able at the end of 5 years to hit our reserve target. You do see that big spend in 2024, and that's because of the projects I talked about earlier. A lot of those were carryover projects or projects that are just in the books and we plan to finish in the next year or so. With regards to our wastewater rates, we're currently towards the middle. In year one, this next year, it would be about $1.45 increase. So we'd still stay towards the middle, lower than Seal Beach, Orange, and Westminster, and then more in line with what Santa Ana and the city of Long Beach are doing. And on this slide is the total impact. This is the sample impact that was included in the Prop 218. The impacts I showed you were the water separately, the sewer separately, but we wanted to give City Council a holistic view of what the typical resident would see on their entire utility bill, which is the water and sewer combined. Overall, it's $40 over the course of 5 years. That is an average of about $8.15 increase per year. which is an average of about 11.8% per year. And I know for some this is a hard number. We've heard some people express as part of the protest that this was high, but we wanted to give some context. And that's with regards to our wholesale rates. Orange County Water District increased their rate by 10%. The Metropolitan Water District increased their rate by 16.6%. You know, those wholesale costs actually account for 40% of the rate increase. So there's 40% of that rate increase that is actually outside of our control. And so we show this just so that we can give some context to what we look like in comparison to what's being charged to us. And we're near the presentation, so I do have a couple of closing items. Ultimately, this is a fee for a service. It's not a tax. These water and sewer rate adjustments, if adjusted, the revenues that we collect will be used for water and sewer only and can only be used for that. The proposed rates will balance our future revenues with our projected expenses. We'll be able to build the projects that we need to replace the infrastructure that's aging. We'll be able to maintain our system safely and reliably. And ultimately, I think the goal is to make sure that we're not having to perform emergency repairs, which are costly. And ultimately, that will give us long-term savings in the future. And so the recommended action before you today, should council approve the recommendations, is to readopt and revise our water commodity rates, adjust our water meter rates, capital surcharge and private service line fee, and adjusting our sewer service user charges. And so with that, thank you for having me today. That concludes my presentation. Myself and the consultants are available to answer any questions City Council may have.
Thank you, and thank you for putting all that work into that presentation. I know you had to make some modifications as concerns came through. We're now ready to open the public hearing to consider approval of the proposed increases and adjustments to the city's water and wastewater rates for the next 5 years, beginning July 1st, 2024 through 2029. Do we have any protests against the proposed increases?
I have information. At this time, the City Council will hear and consider all protests against the proposed increases and adjustments to the city's water and wastewater sewer rates. All written protests must have been received by the start of this public hearing and may be withdrawn in writing at any time before the conclusion of this public hearing. A new protest may be made orally at this public hearing. If a property owner is making an oral protest and has not already filed a written protest, please state clearly your name and address. I've got 9 people signed up to speak. Would you like me to call names, Mayor?
Yes, please.
And I will state for the record that we received some supplemental communication on this item since the time between the publishing of the packet and Friday's supplemental communication. 10 email communications received regarding the consideration of water and sewer rate adjustments, 146 protest letters uploaded into the document itself. Would you like me to announce the percentage of protest at this time, Alvin, or should I wait until the end? So I've got a script.
No.
We can.
That's fine.
Okay, so we received a total of 727 written protests, which is 1.4% of the 52,027 affected property owners. And so I'll go ahead and call the names of the people that have signed up to speak.
And Madam Clerk, if I could, just
Yes.
as a reminder, because this is a public hearing on a specific topic, the public comments are topic specific.
Sorry.
So there's to speak to the item agendized and not other topics.
Correct. So I have speaker sheets from Greg Wood, Kathy Ryder, Mark Tonkovich, Janine Studer, Dina or Danae Horde, Barbie Arnold, Richard Bailey, Jamie Palumbo, and Roger Knorr.
Thank you.
Hey, so I got to speak.
First speaker, please go ahead.
I'm sorry for taking cuts. I didn't think anybody else was going to speak. My name is Roger Knorr, 16592 Bordeaux Lane, Huntington Beach, California, 92649. You guys wanted addresses? That's what she said? Okay. For the water, it's going up 25%. This is getting crazy. And please don't vote on it today, because you guys have to understand the most important thing in regards to this is the sewage water. The sewage waste that goes to Fullerton or wherever it goes, that stuff, the EPA and everyone, all the government regulates with the water, everything else except the soil. Okay, so what they do is that they mulch it up, and then they sell it as organic, they sell it as eco-friendly, and then people put it on their soil. And this soil, I mean, it's contaminated with the worst of the worst stuff that you get from water. And please, and instead of burning it or doing something so that way you can control the E. coli and all the other diseases that are there, they put it in the soil. They're giving it to people. And if you read the soil, the stuff that you're supposed to make it grow, I don't know, but it's the soil. It's not the fertilizer, it's something else. Anyways, that stuff is it says eco-friendly on it, and if you read it, it says it's toxic to human beings. So make sure that the Fullerton instead of paying $27,000 for something we're gonna be committed to, and the way that we waste the sewage water, I mean the sewage sludge is the most important thing that's gonna happen. I mean that's risking our lives, the human life. It's not climate change. It isn't anything else except or the WTO or AI. It's the soil. If they mess up with our food processing, our food line, it's gonna affect all the human race for thousands of years. This is seriously serious. Nobody's talking about it. Please look into it. It's the sludge water, what they're doing with the sludge water. Because if you guys vote for 27 million and then you guys are stuck and committed to one thing, it's gonna be nuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Janine Studer. I live at 4151 Branford Drive, 92649. I am, this is my protest or my opposing the rates. I appreciate your presentation, but I oppose the rates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dina Horde. I live within the city and have been in the city for over 25 years. This is the first time I've addressed a city council. I do oppose the rates in being increased because I believe we haven't been provided sufficient information to understand whether the rate increase is a fee or a tax. Specifically, I appreciate the time that staff took explaining what has happened, but one, the presentation made it even more confusing for me because the fee study that was conducted did not clearly identify the capital improvement projects that will be included in the next 5 years. So if we are going to be assessed a reasonable fee, I want to ensure that those fees are going towards the projects that have been contemplated. I want safe and good drinking water. I want to pay for the infrastructure that is required for that, but I want those programs to be paid for by the fees I'm paying. As indicated by staff, since 2018, we've been paying towards capital improvements. Where has that money gone? If we have delayed infrastructure projects, where's the money we've been paying since 2018? There's also a line item on our bill that talks about a tax that wasn't addressed by staff. And finally, thank you for listening. There are 2 line items that concern me tremendously within the fee study, and that's called a cost allocation transfer to the general fund. As staff pointed out, the monies collected through this increased fee can only pay for the water and sewer. but this general cost allocation transfer that goes from 7 point something million to 8.8 million at the end of the 5 years, there's no discussion what that cost allocation transfer is for. And it has to be for water services. I think, I don't remember if I found it, specifically, I can identify it so that staff can address it if one of you would be so kind. In the fee study, the general fund transfers are found in the Fund 506, Table 3-10. Over the next 5 years, 7.5 million to 8.8 million will be transferred to the general fund. And in Fund 507, Table 3-14, approximately $400,000 will be transferred to for the Water Master Plan.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next speaker.
Kathy Ryder. I'm actually here in support of the water and sewer increases because for me, the safety and cleanliness of our water supply is incredibly important. Back in January, I heard that we had over $144 million of upgrades. Tonight, we've heard it's up to $167 million. I'm pragmatic enough to know that it's not popular to come to the podium and say, I think we should have an increase, but I'm smart enough and pragmatic enough to know that it is necessary. Because if our city doesn't raise rates, who knows what will happen down the future. I live in a home that was built in 1971. I'm living in a ticking time bomb. My sewers could go out. Well, who knows what's going to happen? And they're not asking that we increase the rates immediately. It's an over time. And again, I know it's not popular to come and say I'm in support of something like raising the rates, but I still know that we will be far below the most expensive water rates in the county. According to this presentation that we've seen, we'll be somewhere in the middle. And again, I cannot stress enough how important it is that we have safe water and that we have good sewage systems. So again, I'm in support of the rate increase because I'm, again, smart enough to know that it has to come from somewhere, and I don't want to live in that house that I have to worry when I turn on the tap.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Greg Wood. I've lived here in Huntington Beach my entire life. This is the first time I've come to address council, and I felt compelled to. I'm having trouble reconciling how we can put 3 charter amendments on a ballot, but then have so much affect so many people with rates, and especially everybody knows that the economy is softening. We're getting squeezed from everywhere. Okay, I live by myself in my home. This doubling, I mean, I use very little water. I use like 1 or 2 units a month, okay? But the fixed rate, the fixed fees for the meter or for the sewer service, that adds up. That's like an extra $800 a year, okay? Just for, not based on my use. If you want to fairly do base rates, then put it on the variable rate on the cost of the water. People that use 50 units of water a month to water all their land, all their grass, increase those rates. Don't increase the flat rate fees for each and every water user. Okay, so it's just like people, just like the laws that were proposed for our infrastructure, for state infrastructure improvements for the roads, right? Gasoline taxes. Those are to pay for improvements to those based on the number of miles you drive per se, which correlates to your gasoline usage. That should also apply to water usage. Water usage is Lake Mead is down to 30%. We're not going to be getting water from there forever, okay? We use water, we don't treat water with the respect that it's due. We've always, and that has to change. okay? People need to be more sensitive about the amount of water that they use. And City Council, they need to take that into consideration as well. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello
Next
again,
speaker.
Mark Tankovich. I'm against the increases. Right now, we're dealing with, and everybody's in the same boat, our aggregated inflation since 2020 is 23%. And things are even higher. Our gas is over $5 a gallon now. It's ready to go higher when we go to our wonderful summer blend. So we're getting squeezed in every direction. I can understand the need for the infrastructure in that. But I mean, when I look at what was happening here in 5 years, you're doubling the cost of the sewer, doubling. I couldn't see the rest of the figures. I was sitting over there. I didn't have binoculars with me. But I mean, I think it's just too much. The work has to be done. Maybe pare it back some, bring it in at a lighter level, but I think it's just way too much going at one time, especially under the circumstances we're at nationally, and then, you know, the state itself squeezing you every time you turn around with another tax increase. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bethany Webb, 45-year Huntington Beach resident and homeowner. I actually want to also support this. There is nothing that compares to clean water. It is the single thing that we need for our existence. So according to that, which I thought was a wonderful presentation, by the way, I had a ton of questions and I thought it answered a lot of them. It was, I think, $6 million to build a well. I mean, we just spent $7 million paying off a frivolous lawsuit by a crony air show person, and it seems like I would rather spend $6 million on clean water than lining the pocket of my friend. So I think that without getting political, I just did, but clean water is essential. I also actually like what the guy said, so if there is a way to get some of that revenue from water wasters, I also think that that's a good idea. So,
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Rick Bailey, a 20-year Huntington Beach resident. I'm a volunteer on the infrastructure scorecard community communications team, so I've had some exposure to the city infrastructure through tours and some briefings. On the surface, all can look well in our beautiful city, but if you go below the surface, the harsh reality is we've underinvested in our infrastructure for years, if not decades. And we got to face into making these needed investments, or we're going to pay a higher price in the long run. Just as Mr. Papa showed, in my experience, prevention, even if it's painful to pay for, is always less expensive than repairing broken systems. So I've reviewed the available material and plans for the water and sewer systems in some detail. I did some digging. I even had a detailed call with Mr. Papa to go through those. Things like the shared services cost, which is paying for human resources and other things that the public works team don't have, aren't so obvious in some of the elements, but if you dig into it, you really see the details of what needs to be done. So while it would have been beneficial to see the water and sewer master plans that are in the processes of being finalized, so the timing is not too great relative to this public hearing, but it's evident that the investments in our water and sewer systems are needed and needed now. So while the percentage increases is causing this sticker shock for a lot of people, the increases controlled by the Huntington Beach Public Works are primarily rated to those essential capital investments and not some other hidden costs or wastes. And showing that we're in the mid to lower range of our nearby cities means that we're not paying an unreasonable cost to address these investments in the future. So I ask the council for two things. I know the law says you can't use it for anything but water, but let's make sure that happens. Let's make sure the team, the Public Works team, has the money to execute these projects efficiently and effectively. And then please ensure that the master plans, when they're approved, are available publicly. The older one was not. And that needs to happen so that residents are able to dig in and go look at those and find that themselves. It took a bit of work on my part to do that. For the team, I've met many of the HB Works team. They're very dedicated. Just keep doing a great job. Be prudent with our resources. And finally, for the residents, support or at least accept these increases. Even though it's a difficult pill to swallow, we need to face into these investments and keep our water and sewer systems working. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a recall for Jamie Palumbo, if you're here, this is your last opportunity. Okay,
Nope.
we'll close.
Okay, if there are any residents or businesses who would like to withdraw their protest, please come down. Okay. Seeing no further speakers, the public hearing is now closed. And at this time, I would like to ask the city clerk to report on the percentages of the protests. I believe you did that.
I've already done that, yeah.
Okay, now I'd like to call for a discussion and on this topic. I personally would like to say something. We've received a lot of emails, and I've been approached by people out and about, residents who are already struggling. They're talking about the inflation, gas prices, and as a couple of the speakers here said, they're being hit. We all are being hit by in every area. What is it that we can do? Is there anything that we can do to ease some of this burden on some of our residents? I know the infrastructure needs to be taken care of. We've seen the pictures. We've seen the reports. But is there anything that we can do so that we can alleviate some of this from the residents?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So we did, read through the protests. We heard a lot of the comments. We've also received a lot of communications regarding the rates, and as you heard here today, there are some residents supporting it, but there are also residents who have expressed that it's a challenge. So over the weekend and today, we developed a scenario. I have a backup slide here that we recently developed, and I can talk through it. And I'll go through the various items. We do have some flexibilities there in the highlighted items, but I'll go from top to bottom just to make it clear. So we're looking at a reduced CIP, and those are the projects that we have some flexibility.
Thank you.
So on the first row, we have the consumption rate. So that consumption rate is the amount that we pay for water. OCWD, which is the Orange County Water District, and the Metropolitan Water District of Orange County, their cost increases, they sell the water to us. We don't really have a say in how much they can sell the water to us. So we don't really have much flexibility there. We're either going to buy from one or the other. If we don't buy from them, we have no water. So that rate cannot change. The fixed meter charge, as I had mentioned earlier, that pays for the daily operations of our system. So the cost increases to electricity, chlorine, the price of chlorine has doubled in the past 5 years. Electricity has risen by 45%. When you combine it with natural gas, we have natural gas at a lot of our wells that run a lot of our engines. Electricity and natural gas has gone up 60% for our costs. And overall, those costs are going to continue to rise, and we need to be able to continue to make sure that the pumps are running, that when we turn on the tap, the water comes out, that the wastewater keeps getting pumped out. So, there is not much flexibility there because we really don't want to turn our pumps off.
Yeah, let me just quick note, I was at a briefing last week, and Metropolitan Water District advised, there was a briefing, a bunch of government officials, and they advised their rates are going up above what you're probably used to.
Yes, sir. Met is increasing their rates approximately 9%. Some of you may have seen that it's in the papers. Met serves 19 million customers in Southern California. They're increasing the rates around 9%. It's very hard for a lot of people to swallow. Additionally, They have an ad valorem property tax that's currently, I think it's $26. They're doubling that to $52. And so, I mean, the changes that we're seeing here, it's a lot of agencies throughout the state are experiencing it. But going back to, and thank you for that. Going back to this, the flexibility lies in our projects. So we had identified a ton of projects that needed to be built. Over the weekend, we looked at all the projects and looked at what could we defer and what do we think we safely can defer. And we looked at that. By looking at that, we were able to defer a portion of our sewer projects, a portion of our water projects. So about a quarter of our projects we're able to defer beyond 5 years, and that reduces the number that we need to spend upfront in these next 5 years. So by doing that, instead of having a $40 impact over the course of 5 years, we were able to reduce that number down to $30. So that's $10 less. That's a 25% less impact than we had originally proposed when we sent out the Prop 218. But this option is not without risk. By deferring some of these projects, we're expecting them to last a little bit longer. But we're confident in our staff. Our Huntington Beach Utilities Division staff, they're very talented. They're very exceptional. We have a lot of pride in what we do and have a lot of trust in them. I'm confident that they'll be able to monitor the system. They'll be able to make adjustments, make repairs, and keep us apprised. And by doing that, we think we can get get more years out of our system. More oil changes, more equipment replacement, just staying on top of things.
So under this proposal, what would, you said a 25% less impact from 40 to 30, but what is it per year? Gentleman came up and started talking about the inflation. Everybody's getting hit hard with the gas, and the electricity is going up for everybody, especially
Yes.
here in California. So what would that increase be per year reduction if we went along with this backup plan?
Yes, sir. So originally, as proposed, it was 11.8% per year. Under this scenario, it would bring it down to 9%.
And also, Alvin, if you look at the on this chart on the screen, the current average monthly bill with water and sewer is $54, and then with the proposed rates by year 5, it would go to 95. But with this these new reductions, it would go to 85. So to your point, that's over 5 years, your bill would increase $30 a month by year 5.
Yes.
Alvin, how does that affect your reserve goals?
So we're still going to be able to build reserves. Because we're building less projects, we'll be able to rebuild our reserves and still hit our target at the end of 5 years. But the risk is that if something fails, then we're going to have to use our reserves. So we have an emergency fund. It's just there may be a chance, or there may be a situation where we may have to use it. But I think as I mentioned, we're confident in our staff. We can digitally monitor the system. And if we did see any problems arising coming down the front, we would return to City Council, provide an update, and then we would just take it from there.
Can I ask you a question specifically about that? What would taking it from there look like at that point? What's the mechanism that would occur if you saw that there was a problem that we would need to address?
So for example, maybe a shaft on a well broke and we needed to fix it. We just tell council, hey, we're going to use maybe half of our reserve to fix this and get us back online. And then we know that, hey, if our reserve is at 35 million, we're going to be spending 15, 20 million up front. So instead of having a reserve target, we're going to eat much of it. And at that time, we can see if we want to just stay there, or do we want to reinvestigate, maybe even coming back and increasing rates off cycle. Or maybe an option could be looking into the infrastructure fund to kind of help pay for it. I mean, there's probably a lot of options, but depending on the situation, we could figure something out.
Does anyone else?
Yeah, I can ask questions.
Sure.
Alvin, really appreciate it. Very thorough and detailed. And I know there's a lot to unpack here, but it's been mentioned just, besides like a resident and a customer, when you get a bill like this, it's just prudent to get the receipt and see how that money's being spent. And a resident just brought it up. And so one is like, how do we, I guess, ensure that the general fund money, right, is not being used for water and sewer repair, replacement, and infrastructure projects? Because that was a question. So that money's separate, right? So to your point, these rates specifically pay for repair, replacement, and maintenance, right?
Yes, absolutely. And as part of the annual budget process every year, residents have access to view the budget,
okay.
As well as the city council. And within the budget on the CIP pages, you see the funding source for every project as it's allocated. So you'd be able to see what funds are being allocated, whether or not it's water, sewer only. And then as we design projects and we go to city council to let out a project to bid or to accept a construction contract, it's all within the financial impact section, where the funds are coming from, where the appropriations are coming from. So there's multiple touch points where the public will be able to view and see where the money's coming from and how it's being spent.
Because a lot of people have made point that, our water consumption is down because we've done a great job conserving water, right? So then an important piece of that is, can you walk through like the tree of Metropolitan Water District down to Municipal Water District, down to Orange County Water District, and that kind of addresses like the water consumption piece? And the rates on that piece?
Yes, sir. We've heard comments that some people are saying, hey, we're spending less, we're using less water,
right.
We're paying higher rates. I'll let our expert, Steve Gagnon from Raftelis, answer that question.
Well, you mentioned Metropolitan Water District, and as we know, they've had the last year they sold the least amount of water that they ever have in 40 years.
Right.
And so they still have most of their costs, just like your costs, are fixed. So they still have to recover a majority of their costs, which are fixed, through the remaining volume that is sold. So unfortunately, even when people conserve, the reality is most of your costs are fixed and you still need to recover them.
It's just tough, right? Because it's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You're told to conserve water, you do. But then the rates increase because they're not getting enough revenue. So is that like a solution long term that can be fixed like through the state, or is it just the fixed costs are what they are and it's not going to change?
Yeah, that's a tough one to
right.
answer. But in theory, I guess I'll just leave it at that. That's a tough one to answer.
Yeah, well, and then Alvin, you brought it up earlier, but I just want to make sure like those, because like you said, there's a lot of press out with Met recently jacking their rates up, and those are all factored into these proposed rates, right?
Yes, as part of the rate study, Raftelis looked at the proposed rates from our wholesalers and included that as part of their estimates.
Perfect. And then going back to the general fund, so we have 15% of our general fund needs to be allocated to infrastructure, and so that's separate money, right? That's not for any water or sewer projects. These water rates specifically pay for the water and sewer, correct?
Yes, sir. These water rates only pay for water and sewer projects.
Perfect. And then, I'm sorry if I didn't write your name down, but you brought up a question I had is, can we get, if you have it, I hope tonight, a list of the capital improvement projects from the previous 5-year cycle that were earmarked, and then have they been completed? If not, I guess why not, or when they will? And then more importantly, do we have a list of projects that will be earmarked for this next 5-year cycle?
Yes, I don't have a list of all the previous 5 years projects, but I will say from our previous master plan, we did not complete all the projects in that master plan. Sometimes it depends on, just it's situational. We've completed as much as we could. But I am able to share the projects that would be delivered under this plan.
Perfect.
One thing I'd just add, Councilmember McKeon, is any project that wasn't built, the money wasn't spent for that, and that money stays within the enterprise fund available for water projects.
So basically kind of goes into reserves in a sense? Not like the enterprise reserves, essentially?
Yeah, we have a separate fund for water water revenue
Okay.
and projects. So it doesn't go away to someplace else. It's left in the water fund for water project use.
Okay, perfect. And Alvin, before you jump into those real quick, just there was an inconsistency that was pointed out in slide 2. You just have a new well is, sorry. You have 3 new water wells at 22 million. And then on slide 7, you have a new well at 6 million. So there's just a little inconsistency on that exact dollar amount.
Yeah, it's more rounding. It didn't include the exact numbers.
Okay. So I mean, 22 million is probably more, for 3 is more accurate.
Roughly, yes.
Okay. Sorry, then, if you could go through the list of projects that are earmarked for this 5-year cycle.
Yes, sir. I did have a couple of backup slides. Okay, here we go. So as part of this plan, we'd still be able to deliver a lot of our proposed water capital projects. So we'd still be able, we're still looking to develop a well over in the city of Westminster. We're looking to locate a new well, well 15. We have corrosion control. So we have 2 large import feeder lines. So what those are is those are large diameter pipelines that serve our city. They're approaching 40 to 50 years old. We have to install corrosion control. We'll be able to do manganese treatment at well 3A. So well 3A is one of our good producers, but it's encountered some manganese, so we have to build a treatment system. And then well 16 is another critical well. We need to find a location for it, but that's slotted in there. And so
To replace, you mean?
to actually build a new well.
Yeah, so 16 was shut down, and then you...
Well, 16 doesn't exist at all,
Got it,
actually.
okay.
Yeah.
What were the ones you and I talked about last week? Because of our 9 wells, like, can you walk through like physical changes that have occurred that weren't anticipated before, like the manganese and the salt intrusion and those things?
Absolutely.
Sand intrusion?
Yes. So of our 9 wells, we have a well called well number 4, located at our Peck Reservoir. So that well, the casing, so the pipe that goes down into the ground and that we suck the water out of, that casing was rusted and it collapsed. So right now that well has been inactive for 2 years. We haven't been using it. Well 3A is located on Oak Lane. So that's east in our city, just near Warner. So that well, we encountered manganese. Manganese turns the water a little bit green, and there's certain levels of manganese that we won't serve. So we turned that well off. In order to serve that water, we have to build a treatment system. So we're currently designing that treatment system right now. So right now, 2 of our wells are currently not in operation.
Right. So are those 2, can we fix them, or do we have to find new wells to replace them?
We're working to fix them right now.
Okay.
It's probably going to take 2 years, maybe 3, to complete them. I would also want to highlight that we actually did build, you were talking about CIP projects. We did try to build 2 wells in the past. We've built, well 1A was recently built. That was built a couple of years ago, and that's one of our highest producing wells. That's over by the North Peck Complex.
Okay.
And the other one is we're trying to build well 14 in the city of Westminster. There's some community input we're trying to receive and try to get community buy-off. So that's.
How does that work when you build a well in a different city?
Well, we have to work with their planning folks, get development approval, get community input, and hopefully the city council blesses the project to move forward. So.
Can you explain? I know we're bouncing around, but can you explain? Because you told me last week where the I guess good well locations are that don't have environmental concerns like manganese and sand intrusion, like
Yes.
geographically.
Yes, sir. We consulted with the hydrogeologist over at the Orange County Water District. So they've identified properties east of Beach and north of Warner as being the ideal locations for us to build wells.
Okay. And then going back to these earmarked projects, I mean, is there a mechanism where residents, we can obviously post this, show them where they are, and is there like progress reports, or can we do like a timeline in each one when it's anticipated to start and be finished? I know it's bless you. I know it's a moving target, but
Yeah,
That-
I mean, if it's the will of the council, we're, you know, we would be pleased to do whatever you guys ask us to do.
Okay.
Right, and just to note that all the water projects are in the annual budget in the capital improvement program. It's separated, water projects and sewer projects are separated apart from the other projects, so that you can see the funding sources and those, for those projects annually. We'll post the master plan in the same location that we were posting these other, the water rate study and the sewer study, so anybody can see that and view that as well.
Perfect. Alvin, what is the, like, I guess, what is the typical lifespan for a water well and then like a sewage lift station?
Typically, we plan for around 50 years.
50, okay. For both?
50 years for both.
Okay.
Typically, it's the mechanical equipment that begins to fail. And with the sewer lift station, the regulations change. So there's holding capacity, and so the requirements for the design of those stations change. And so typically, we want to upgrade to the latest standards as technology changes, as requirements change.
And then do we have like a typical repair schedule in every 5-year cycle? Or is it just as needed?
Yeah, so, you know, based on the type of equipment, you know, our staff goes in, they have daily inspections, they have weekly maintenance, they have monthly maintenance, and they have stuff that they do every year or every 5 years.
Okay.
We have a sewer system management plan that dictates kind of the maintenance schedule of how often we go in there and maintain it.
So like, I know we have 9 wells, but how many lift stations do we have?
27.
And then of like the 9 wells, how many to date have been replaced, I guess, in the past like 50 years? Have any?
Don't have that number, but I think we do have, yeah, I'd have to look that up. I didn't bring that with me.
It's okay. What about the lift stations of the 27?
Yeah, I don't have that with me today. I have the water and sewer master plans with me, but it'll
Okay.
take me some time to peruse through it.
Well, I guess the more important thing is like the list of projects that are earmarked to understand, like, you know, are these replacing lift stations? Are they, you know, fixing them or?
Yeah, we've been replacing sewer lift stations at a rate of about 1 every 2 years.
Okay.
So that's typically what we've been doing. With regards to the wells, I mean, as they become available, I think we've tried to build 3 wells in the past number of years.
Okay. So for me, I mean, in talking with Alvin and Chow, is what's interesting is like the Orange County Water Department only allows us to pump, what, 85%? And we have one of the largest, I think we have the largest aquifer in Orange County, right, underneath our feet. And that was a big reason why, there was a main reason why I pushed against Poseidon, because we didn't need to desal, because we have our own water below our feet. And right now we have so much water in the aquifer that it's like seeping out of the hillside at Meadowlark. We're going to physically have to pump it out of residents' yards. The neighborhood across the street on Warner, the water is coming up out of their front lawns. Algae's growing on their sidewalks, are slipping and falling. They are looking for help. So how can we get OCWD to allow us to pump 100% water? And I know you guys mentioned it, it's like a rolling year-by-year basis, but what can we do to relieve that pressure and allow them to, or have them allow us to pump 100% water? Because I believe it'll save us, what, $3 million a year in buying water?
Yes, if the BPP were increased to 100%, we could potentially save $3 million per year. But that's contingent upon our ability to be able to pump 100%.
Well, that was my next question. So do we have the current capacity to pump 100% right now?
Right now, we're hovering around 85%.
What would it take to get to 100? A new well?
New wells.
And that would take, what, 2-3 years?
Depending on the money and finding a property. I think that the largest challenge is property. We've been looking for properties, and then we do a study, and we find out it's not feasible. Right now, we're working with Geoscience, which is a geoengineering firm.
Right.
They're doing a feasibility study looking at 15 potential sites within our city to see whether or not we could build wells.
Okay, so right now we don't have capacity to drill 100, to pump 100% if we could.
Yeah, we likely would not be able to. If we redline all our pumps, we could probably do that, but you'd see it start breaking.
Wouldn't we need a bunch of wet years too to continue that though, to maintain 100%? Wouldn't wet years help?
For sure.
Yes, sir. What years would help, but I think the efficiencies of the groundwater replenishment system by Orange County Water District and the Orange County Sanitation District, it's highly efficient, and I think they're processing 100% of their wastewater at this point.
Okay.
So,
But Alvin, okay, so then another question is, with these earmarked projects, will that allow us theoretically to get to 100%?
if we could build those 3 wells up there, I'm confident that we'd be able to do 100%.
Okay, so then hypothetically, with this investment, we can't do that in the future. If we have continual rainy seasons like this, how difficult will it be to get OCWD to allow us to pump 100% of our water based on your guys' experience in the past?
I think really it's making comments at the Orange County Water District boards. They have a finance commission, they've got a legislative commission. I think it's really just advocacy to get them to do that. And they're going to try to allow us cities to pump as much as possible.
Right.
So they've been really responsible stewards of our basin. I mean, they're recognized nationally for how well they manage the basin. So if they could, they would.
It's just, yeah, because again, it's just, this is an investment, right? But if we can recoup $3 million a year in savings by pumping 100% of our own water, if we're allowed to, and the conditions, allow it, I mean, that's, to me, it's huge, obviously, so I just want to point that out. Let's see, I think Travis, you touched on this. Have we ever finished like our public works budget with a surplus? So I guess that kind of just goes into like the reserves, right? Like it's earmarked?
Any water or sewer funds that are not spent
Good.
Remain in the water and sewer fund budget balances.
And so I guess theoretically, then it would get adjusted if now your reserves are coming back up to our target goal a little bit faster, then we can potentially decrease the rate of increase on some of the rates. Is that an accurate statement?
City council could direct that.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's a way to tweak it later. And that was my question, like it's a 5-year rate cycle, but it doesn't mean we can't jump in any year and change it, right, theoretically?
Yes.
Like it's not like state law that has to be like a 5-year cycle. It's just everyone, by standard operating procedure, plans out 5 years.
Right. So the reason everybody does 5 years is because the Prop 218 allows up to 5 years.
Okay.
So this goes for 5 years.
Got it.
But the city council can approve adjustments below what was been provided here.
Perfect. And then just want to point out to the residents, I know this, no one wants this. I know I speak for all of us, totally understand that. But to maintain our critical water and sewer infrastructure systems and to prevent them from failing is essential, because if they fail, it's going to cost us 3 times the amount to replace. But it is pretty on us, Alvin, if we increase rates, I know we just went through it, but is there anywhere else where we can cut expenses, like operating expenses or overhead somewhere else to offset? Or is it mostly just through these water and sewer rate projects and CIPs?
I kind of thought about that over the weekend. There's potential, but it's one of those instances where you have to spend money to save money. So currently, a lot of our systems, when managing, we use Excel spreadsheets or paper spreadsheets and colored maps, but asset management is something that's, a lot of agencies are doing, getting an asset management system in place, a workforce management system in place to start using technology. Right now, we're maintaining our system based on best practice. So, kind of like your car, you do an oil change like every 3 months at 5,000 miles. So that's preventative maintenance. We do a lot of preventative maintenance. In some cases, we do proactive maintenance where, we rehaul our engines, every couple of years, where we just rebuild the entire engine. Our guys love doing that, and that's proactive. But I think the future is using artificial intelligence to be able to dictate maintenance where it's predictive. It looks at, instead of maintaining every engine, every 5 years, it looks at, these engines here's the recommended cycle, but these engines have been operating at this speed, have experienced these conditions, and it'll tell you exactly when the best time. So that's how we can maximize
efficiencies.
Efficiencies, but it takes money to collect all that data, get everything from paper into a database, retrain our staff to start using that stuff.
Right.
The field guys love paper, giving them iPads and iPhones to collect data. With that kind of stuff, we can get efficiencies.
And that's my last point on that. I mean, Alvin, you know, he called me one day. He's like, "Hey, you have a water leak." I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, your water meter's higher than normal." And sure enough, through the smart meter, I had a slab leak, and $5,000 later, that was fixed. But Alvin called me right away to let me know I had a leak. So the technology is there, and it's only going to get better. So appreciate it, Alvin.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Alvin, for all the work that you've done on this, and I appreciate the support from the engineering firms. So, yeah, I think that everybody recognizes that we need to maintain our infrastructure, and it's critically important that we have clean water. So my questions have to do with how we go about doing this. So there are certainly folks who, see 75% increase, and I think that just, stops everybody in their tracks. If we do the adjustments to the CIP budget, as you suggest, we're still looking at, by my calculation, more than 50% increase. For the folks who are most vulnerable economically, so for example, senior citizens who are on a fixed income, do we currently have any means to assist them when they are unable to pay water and sewer bills?
Yes, ma'am. So in certain situations, we have a senior citizen utility tax exemption. So under that exemption, if you're over the age of 62, if you're able to prove that you're over 62, provide a copy of your bill, then you could be exempt from paying the utility tax on the water portion of your bill. So that accounts for about 5%. The feds used to have the low-income water arrearage program that used to provide some assistance. However, that federal assistance recently sunsetted on March 31st, 2024. But, some agencies, they direct residents that are struggling or having challenges to 211. So 211, I'm going to read this verbatim so I get it right. So 211 is a 24-hour phone referral service. This is for individuals needing assistance with paying their utility bills, food, health services, if they encounter domestic violence or need shelter. So they can call 211, it's toll free, or they can visit https://211occ or oc.org for more information. If you go on that website, you put in your address or location, it gives you a list of resources. So I just went in there, put in Huntington Beach, like some of the ones that came up. The Special Projects Water Service Payments Assistance, that's with the Assistance League of Orange. They provide water bill payment assistance. This is the City of Orange's water department, so that doesn't pertain to us. But in Huntington Beach, we have St. Vincent de Paul Catholic Church. They provide financial assistance based on available funding for utility bills and bus vouchers. Family Services for the Salvation Army of Southern California. They can provide utility assistance to households with low income and families experiencing financial hardship. So I think that's a resource where they can go in, and there's a number of agencies that are out there. I think it's really getting the word out and making sure that the public is apprised of those services. But right now, the city does not offer anything other than the senior citizen utility tax exemption.
So are we aware of any other grants? So you mentioned the federal program that sunset. Are we aware of anything else or anything through the state?
I'm personally not aware. I mean, there may be. It's a search. I think if at council's direction, if they wanted us to look, it's something that we can do.
Okay, I do think it's important that we have to address this because there are a lot of folks who are not going to be able to absorb even a 50% increase. And again, I appreciate the work that you've done, trying to figure out where we have some flexibility, but that is a significant concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kalnick.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff and Alvin and the consultants that were here to prepare all this. There was a couple of questions that came in over email and some folks that asked questions tonight to kind of wanted to at least get to some of those. To address there's a tax on our bill that folks are seeing, they see a utility user tax. That's our UUT that was voted on by all the residents. The last time I think was when Sunset Beach was annexed in. And I believe it's set at 5% currently. And that's assessed on telephone bills, water bills, electric bills. And that is not a Prop 218 tax. That is a regular tax. It's a special tax or a regular tax that we've just all assessed ourselves as, right?
Yeah, and it's included on your municipal code, and it's 5%.
Okay.
It does not apply to sewer, though, I should mention.
Okay. That's why, okay, it's above the line there. With regard to, on our property taxes, we see a charge for OCWD and OC SAN, right? They have there's a line item on our property tax bills for them. That I'm assuming goes to their capital infrastructure as well, like the groundwater replenishment system that takes our sewer water and converts it into potable water and pumps it underground, which decreases the amount of water we have to buy from MET, from the State Water Project?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And OC SAN is the same thing. It's for their, to keep up their systems and to keep up with state law and federal law, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the fee that you see on the increase we're doing is for our ability to transfer all of our stuff to them in order to process, because we don't do that internally.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And none of this includes stormwater, which is a whole separate game that we're going to have to address at some point too in the future.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay.
Stormwater is funded by general fund.
Okay. From 2019, one of the slides talked about that we froze rates at COVID, like effectively, like we would have passed the increase in previous councils would have done that in July of 2019. So about 6 months later, rate increases froze. Did we increase the pass-through rate from MODOC and Orange County Water District?
I know we froze rates. I believe we I don't recall.
I believe we did the pass-through.
Yeah.
Okay. So we did freeze that. Okay. So utility costs are like a huge portion of this, right? Like the number one source of electricity, number one user of electricity is moving fluids around the state, water and oil and gas. We anticipate electricity costs to continue to increase. Potentially with direct potable reuse from Orange County Water District, they're not going to have to pump all the water from the water district back up to Santa Ana to pump it underground. Are we going to potentially see a cost savings with that if they decide to actually implement it?
Yeah, so had a brief discussion, and there was talks, but I don't think that's going to happen because of all the infrastructure investment they've placed into their existing system. So it doesn't look like anytime in the near future that we'll see anything.
You were looking for our lifetime, weren't you? Okay. And does this include the 3% utility increase for us leaving the Power Authority in June?
I would have to defer to Steve to that.
Because our electricity costs will go back up when the city leaves the Power Authority and goes back to Edison.
That's the first I've heard of that topic, so.
Yeah. So
Okay. So when we leave the Power Authority, our rate is currently 3% cheaper than Edison's rate. So when we go back to them, we'll see a 3% increase in our city's utility bills would be my guess, including the water district's bills. So maybe check that out before the next meeting. On slide 23, you show the negative reserves. If we do nothing, right? Some folks have said, we don't want any rate increase. There was, I don't think, a discussion of like some rate increase, but if we do nothing, is that the general fund has to make those things up if the enterprise account can't do it, or is that illegal?
I think if
It's not illegal,
It's not
but
illegal?
the city would have to either pay with the reserves they currently have.
Sure.
And then when you're out of reserves, the city would have to pay with general fund. That's
Okay.
our only other option.
Okay.
It's not illegal to spend general fund on,
It's just the other way around?
Yes.
Okay, so we'd have to dip into the other monies. I think you mentioned that potentially of having to go into infrastructure, or regular infrastructure that does roads and other fun stuff, stormwater, to help fund the water if we don't have proper funding. So when those go negative, and you showed a negative $20 million reserve, that would be the city general fund would have to transfer $20 million into the water fund in order to maintain those, or in order to do those projects?
yes, sir.
Okay, that's not a great thing. That would poke a pretty big hole in our budget. We talked about the utility tax. So someone mentioned the shared service transfers. Can you talk a little bit about like why there's money being transferred out of the water enterprise account. And again, like the water, I don't think this is even described. Like our water system and sewer system operate effectively as the kind of own isolated business. I think it's the one piece of government that is kind of run like a business, and they operate as an enterprise account. And the money is raised directly from what it does and provides a service and backs it back out. So yeah, if we are transferring some money out, I'm assuming that's going to the business things that the water utility does not provide. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So the general cost allocation transfer that the gentleman described earlier, so that pays for general services. So, the water and sewer division, we don't have our own accounting group. We don't have our own personnel. We don't have our own HR risk management. So we use a lot of the general services of the city. So those services that we use from the city, we pay back to the city. So it's just to make sure that the city itself is compensated for the services that the water and sewer division are using.
Okay, because it's effectively a separate entity as from the city to a certain extent, right?
In essence, yes, sir.
Okay. And I do appreciate all the questions that you were able to answer for me. Most of it involved, where some of the documents were and kind of how these were all spent. And I think we've addressed most of those. We talked about the less water, less revenue, kind of the paradox of saving water, and you are still getting water, I think is the biggest key thing, right? That even though if you're using less of it, it still has to pay for all the infrastructure, but you are still receiving the commodity that we need and have to manage all of that. And I think it's the interesting piece about it, if we would be able to pump 100% from the basin, would be great, right? We wouldn't have to import any water at that point. Is that effectively we get to 100% BPP?
Yes, and that would...
Has anyone been allowed to do that, I guess, is the other question?
I don't know if anybody's been allowed to do that.
Right.
There are some agreements in place where if they've constructed a treatment system, so our well 9, located on Warner, so it has, the water has a smell. So we have a treatment system that treats it. We're allowed to pump over our normal amount. Because of that, because we're in essence cleaning the water in the basin. So they allow us in that situation to pump more than the BPP amount.
Okay, and we don't have issues like like Mesa Water does, or like a color water treatment system?
I actually think the color water treatment system, it's a little bit more expensive,
right?
But it's a deeper aquifer that is actually more plentiful.
Okay.
So during the drought, it actually had a large store of water that it's a good resource.
Okay.
And so, we don't have that. We don't have any deep water wells in Huntington Beach at this moment.
Okay. And one of the things we also talked about was how we finance our capital infrastructure. Like we have a policy for PAYGO where we collect the money and then we pay for it. I think this is just more of a going forward to kind of have some analysis. If we go with a reduced plan and we may have to change some gears figuratively and literally in the future to potentially look at what bonding looks like. Obviously, interest rates are garbage right now, but what it would look like to kind of smooth that out, because part of this is we're collecting money to create a large sum of money instead of spreading that out over a longer period of time, and obviously we have to service debt, but some analysis of that in potential future projects like this, even if we've always done PAYGO, it may make sense now because we've hit that kind of aging infrastructure piece where we have the potential for a lot of things to fail, and obviously floating a bond takes some time, but if it can be paid back by rates at a lesser kind of sticker shock, I think would be an interesting way to kind of manage this. But I think at this point we're kind of, I think, where we're at. Looking at the actual rates themselves, a lot of this is driven by the wholesalers and the retailers that, or the OCWD and the wholesalers. Taking out in the reduced CIP, taking out the actual consumption rate, and just looking at the fixed charges, we're looking at a 43% increase if you take out the water, the actual water you consume, because I think some folks I have a family of 4 and this is my bill, right? The example you used, which is 900 cubic feet.
9 cubic feet.
900 cubic
900 cubic feet,
feet, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, to see this kind of slowly but surely increase, and I think to Councilmember Bolton's point, the sticker shock for some of our folks that are on fixed incomes, as we've got some potential money coming forward from redevelopment that goes into low-income housing, that there may be, money's fungible, so if there's potential for, we call it a something, but it absolutely is helping folks with the water rate increase because it's helping them pay their other bills or helping them pay their housing costs. It's kind of all the same. It doesn't really matter where it goes to a certain extent, as long as that their folks are still able to make those payments. So, those are something I think that we could get creative with as we kind of move forward with kind of found money that we didn't expect coming back in, especially if it's earmarked for low-income housing. But housing is kind of is a key point for everybody. So, I think I'm really interested in this reduced piece and to see what the rest of my colleagues have to say. But I appreciate all the work and all the folks that spent their time to kind of dig through and see that this is really what the government is here to do. This is something that folks probably can't do at private industry can't do at a profit and provide the rates that we do and have the workforce that we do that's able to maintain and manage this. I know there was some discussion online, kind of going after public employees, which seems to be a bit of a theme, our public works staff and how the numbers have increased. But those are the folks that are out there driving the white trucks every day with going down a manhole or having to open up something full of black widows and stick their hand in there to make sure that the water is safe for all of us to drink. And I mean, those are the folks that are really literally digging ditches for all of us to make sure that we have the safe drinking water and that we can remove that water from our house after it's been used in a safe and healthy manner. I think this really is summed up as a public health issue as opposed to anything else. This is really, I mean, we are very, very fortunate that we can provide 700 and something gallons of water for $4 directly delivered to your house in a clean and safe manner, right? Like, that's absolutely incredible. And then remove it for, a fraction of that cost. And then in our case in Orange County, recycle it and give it back to you, which is, I mean, absolutely incredible. So, I think that's what I'm talking to folks is like really looking at like what we're able to provide for such a low cost versus what other cities or neighboring cities even, and what other countries are able to provide for the same cost. It's a pretty incredible thing that we have here, and I think the maintenance of it, as this will be the theme going forward. We're 115 something years old, and we have some very, very old infrastructure, and it's just going to get more expensive as we go. So I am, again, like I'm obviously want to move forward to make sure that we have something, and if it's the reduced rate, I'm just disappointed that we'd be putting off projects and kind of getting our duct tape and speed tape and zip ties working a little bit faster in order to kind of leg some of this out. But if that's the financial situation we're going to be in for this and our, to maintain our residents being able to pay their bills, that's going to be kind of the way we're going to have to do it. So that's all my comments. Thank you.
Sorry, real quick, Alvin, what percentage of the rates are from the pass-through costs we get from MODOC and OCWD that we can't control, essentially?
Approximately 40%.
Okay. So 40% of the entire rate is a pass-through from the water we have to purchase, and we can't control that component. So that was a point I wanted to make earlier.
Yes, sir. 40% of the increase is attributed to the wholesale costs.
Thank you.
My colleagues have asked most of the questions that I had on my notebook, but I did have a couple. With regards to, I think we've been talking a lot about aging infrastructure over the last few years, but really more so in the last year, and this kind of brings that to the fore again. And I know it's not necessarily part of this, but I appreciated Mr. Bailey, who was on the Infrastructure Report Card Committee, talking about that. I did want to ask, when will we be having that come forward? Because the reason that I'm asking is that I know with this, the water rates and the fees pay for this infrastructure, so I acknowledge that too. But I think that it's important for the community to understand where we're at with a lot of our infrastructure.
Yes, absolutely. So the infrastructure report card was moving full speed ahead towards the fall and winter of 2023. Recently, we've lost a lot of staff in our engineering division. A couple of retirements, some people have left. So we're currently, we have 3 senior engineer vacancies we're trying to fill. So the team that was leading the different groups, and we're trying to refill the spots, re-educate people, get people back on board. We're hoping probably in the next couple of weeks we can re-engage. We're looking to meet with Dave Tausig and Associates and also with our finance department in the next month, so that, the report card, we generally have a draft of where we're at, but we want to make sure that when we present that we also know, what this looks like, what are the financial impacts of that, and we want to make sure that we bring in a consultant so that before we make anything public that they've got to look at it. We have some options, and it's been vetted by our finance department. So we're hoping to re-engage and get everything started again by the end of the spring, and hopefully have something like an update for council by summer.
Thank you. One of the things that Councilmember McKeon brought up was potentially in the future investing in a predictive asset management system. Would that be paid for by these fees as well, or would that be a city investment?
So that would be a water and sewer funds would invest in that. So if we do something like that, we would consult with our IT department, our finance department, and other departments that might potentially be able to use that, so that whatever software we pick, that there's cost efficiency, and that we don't just pick something one-off that other departments couldn't hop onto. Of course, they'd have to, if they use it, they would have to pay their fair share of the use, but we could get some cost savings in that manner.
Okay. With regards to, and I think Councilmember Kelmick pretty much asked this, which was the how likely, or has anybody else gone above the 85%? And you mentioned if we were, for pumping, that if we were actually managing a pump and doing that, we could go above the 85%. But what would be the next step? I know you said advocacy, but like, what's actually the next step to ask OCWD?
I think really OCWD is they're looking at the groundwater basin. I think because the basin is so full, there's a potential they may actually start increasing that BPP to 90%, 95% in future years, just because there's so much water in the basin. Mm-hmm. If we continue to have, good rains like this, they may encourage people to pump. But if that happens, it's unfortunate that we wouldn't be able to capitalize on the groundwater savings, because I doubt we'd be able to meet it.
Because of the infrastructure.
Until we have new wells.
Until we have new wells, yes.
Right. So with that being said, I appreciate that this reduced CIP scenario was brought forward, in that it's trying to find some type of flexibility and lessen the impact to our residents who will be most impacted by this. And you did show the list of reduced CIP projects. Do you have a list of those that were excluded?
Yes, I was on the first slide. We'd started going on a tangent, but so this is the list of projects. We actually have more water projects that would also be done. So our OC44 pipeline that connects us to Fountain Valley, we'd be doing that, and we'd be able to do the on-site chlorine projects for well 3A and for our Peck Reservoir Complex, which has 3 wells on it. The projects that would be deferred is we'd be deferring many of the other chlorine projects for the rest of the city. We could still operate using the gas chlorine process that we're doing now. And then some of our security upgrades, and then our electrical vehicle charging stations. That was prompted by some of the recent legislation that came out, but we envisioned we could push that out a little bit and still be okay. With regards to the sewer, this is a list of all the sewer projects. It's primarily sewer pump stations. At the bottom of the list, you see that we just need to continue building sewer pump stations. The PCH restroom sewer lift station, that's 4 pump stations in one. That's why you see such a large number. And then on these deferred sewer CIP projects, I do have a correction. I was scrambling over the weekend and today to get this slide together. That $15 million is actually $6.8 million. The annual sewer lining project or program, it's a $1.375 million every year. I accidentally put it over the course of, it's more than 5 years, so it's really 6.875. So that's a correction. And the rest of those are smaller infrastructure upgrades at all of our lift stations. So instead of redoing the whole lift station, we're doing big components.
So as far as the annual sewer pipe rehabilitation program, and I realize it's not that much, but what happens when we don't do that and we defer that? What is the impact?
So that's the pipe rehabilitation is we have pipes in the ground. Most of the pipes from the 1950s were made of clay. They start developing cracks. A lot of times tree roots can get in there, and that small crack over the years, the tree is sipping on the wastewater, kind of like fertilizer, and the roots get bigger and it starts cracking the pipe. When that happens, water from the soil starts going in the pipe. So instead of filling up the pipe with wastewater, we now have water coming into the system, and our system loses capacity. So it could be an issue, but that's why we proactively line sewers. It's much cheaper we can take I call it a sock that goes through the pipe. They blow it up with resin and it gets hard. It's cheaper to do that and line the inside of the pipe than go down 8 to 10 feet, dig it up, take out the whole pipe and put a new pipe. So we really encourage trying to do that. We wouldn't fully eliminate this program. We have a CCTV program, so that stands for closed circuit television. We run cameras through our sewers and we look inside. If we saw any cracks or any breaks, then we would go in and we would propose lining segments as needed.
But Alvin, I'm sorry. If you line it such a way, you can't monitor if there's cracks in the pipe or if it's degrading from the outside in, right? If you line it, even you're with your CCT, you don't know what's going on with the pipe. It could be degrading to a catastrophe level or a collapse level, and you would never see it because it's lined with the vinyl, is it? The lining?
Yeah, so there's, when it's that lining, when it's inside, they steam up the pipe and that resin, it hardens and it's like a new pipe inside. So even the pipe outside is cracked and broken, the structural integrity of that lining is like a new pipe. So it has the structural strength to hold itself and be okay. And so that's why we encourage it. So even though we don't know what's happening on the outside, we trust that internal liner as if it was a new pipe.
As was mentioned in the slide early on in the presentation, the water system is a public health and safety issue, and this is why we're here, to be able to make sure that we can ensure the stability and sustainability of our infrastructure. At the same time, I acknowledge the substantial increases for our residents during a time of financial challenge. But as we saw in the historical points, that there have been financial challenges throughout, since 2008, essentially. But I would like, as Councilmember Kalmick mentioned, if we do have, I don't want to call them windfalls, but it's basically a particular, like we have from the DIF fund, money that's not going to be used in other ways, that, for instance, this one for affordable housing, I don't know if it can be used for this, but if there are funds that are available where we can potentially create programs, I would love for staff to consider that, those innovative solutions, if our residents are going to have challenges being able to pay for these bills. If you can just kind of keep that in mind, I would appreciate that. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Go for it.
I've got nobody likes the hikes, increases in rates. Nobody does it. But if it's for the right reasons, I like to be a little proactive than reactive. I think it's very dangerous to live like that. I'd like to see us invest and secure with continuous solid services. And I like analogies, and current one is if Israel waited until they were attacked to start building a defense system, they'd be in deep caca right now. Talking about sewage, that's apropos. And if you waited to patch a hole in the roof, the damage a hole in a roof makes inside can be insurmountable to a house. So you want to make sure you got a good roof. You got to make sure that thing's secure as soon as you see any deterioration. Spending now saves a lot of money and problems in the future, and it secures the service that we need to keep those damages. I don't want to wait until we have failing wells and pump stations, and God forbid we lose the case and we have to build a bunch of this housing. That's going to create a whole nother sewage and water demand. And here we are, already have 2 wells failing, and we'd have to build more to serve them, those structures. I like to get ahead of it myself. I don't like, I mean, of course, nobody wants to pay more, but I don't mind investing in the future. I want what's best for Huntington Beach. I want nice, clean water. I want fire department to have the pressure in those lines to be able to put out any kind of fires that we might have. And if we lose wells, if we have to degrade our service because we don't want to invest in it, well, that's kind of stuff we might have to face. Proper sewage service is obvious to me. We don't want that ending up in our waters anywhere, or even on our streets or wherever it might end up. I know, like OC San, the joint effort between OC San and Orange County Water District, they're putting 180 million gallons a day back into the groundwater replenishment system. One reason they're going up in rates is because we've had wet years, and because we've had wet years and people have responded very well to the drought conditions by restricting their water usage, they have sold an incredibly less amount of water than they're used to. But so that's one reason, ironically, they're raising rates, because they do still have to maintain those fixed charges. But that gets reflected back down to us if we have to buy water. And if we have to buy water because we have failing structures ourselves, it's a catastrophe in my book, and especially if we're going to have to spend $1 to save a dime. I think in the past there have been some delays, like right now, I mean, because of pandemic and whatever, that we have a $37 million carryover, right, from projects that we wanted to have. They're getting a $37 million carryover. Is that correct? And then 130 in the make that we want to do?
Yeah, we have projects that we still want to do, so that's why we update the master plan every couple of years, and so it's kind of a living document. New projects get added, old projects fall off. But yeah, some projects do get carried over.
Okay. I want us to be secure in our future. I don't want to gamble, and I think we got to make sure we have the reserves to do what we need to perform for this city. That's all.
I'll be very brief. I'm just going to outline kind of where my philosophy is. I too want to invest, and we need to do what we can to invest in the city. Where we are today, with our economy, with electricity, gas prices over $5 a gallon, and it's going to go up in the summer. Groceries, some people came forward. I can't support the full amount that was proposed, but I would support going from that $40 to $30. If, again, I don't know where everybody else is on the council, they might want the whole pie, but I just don't think our constituents can take it with the economy where it is today, and kind of they're getting less, you know, they're paying more and getting less when they go to the grocery store. Gasoline, electricity, everything's costing a lot, and I think working families are having to decide between a gallon of milk and a gallon of gas. They can't take this. I do believe we need to invest in infrastructure. I'm sorry that it hasn't happened over a long period of time. I get we need to do it. I would not support the full amount, but if my colleagues want to go for or maybe the rest of the colleagues will go for the full amount, but I will tell you, I'll vote no if it's that full amount, but if it's the reduced from 40 to 30 with a 25% less impact, I would be supportive of that proposal.
So and I feel the same. I do believe we do need the infrastructure. I'm amazed about how much you guys get done with the little resources that we have. And I appreciate you taking the time to look into this after receiving all those phone calls, the emails, and just coming across people out of the grocery store. I know they're struggling. We're struggling. We're all struggling. And I don't feel comfortable with the full 100, but I would like to make a substitute motion to move forward with the reduced capital improvement project scenario. That is what I would be comfortable with. I think we need to listen to our constituents, and if we can make it work somehow and maybe revisit it at a later time, I'd feel more comfortable with that.
That's with the 25% reduction?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll second that. But also with that, is there a mechanism, Alvin, like we talked about, to post the earmark capital improvement projects for this 5-year cycle? Or at least point the residents where they can easily find that information, Travis?
Yes. We can do that, definitely.
Or do you know right now where they could find it?
You know what we'll do is we'll organize it so they can see this easily. We do it annually in our capital improvement budget. We can send those links out as well.
Okay.
But we'll put the master plan in the same site that's on the website that shows these rate studies and our proposal.
What's a good mechanism to?
Oh, and the master plan is going to the Public Works Commission in May for review.
Okay. And then from there, they can, I guess, what's a mechanism to tell the residents where they can find this information?
It's on the new city website under the Public Works. And you know what? We'll send a post out
Okay.
with the location.
Yeah, just, it's been brought up several times to show the earmark capital improvement projects.
One final comment. Without a more definitive plan for how we can protect vulnerable residents like low-income seniors, I wouldn't even support the lower capital improvement project proposal.
Okay.
No, I think that obviously I'd prefer to have the, from a infrastructure standpoint, to have the full cost and full investment in our infrastructure. But as I said in my earlier comments, I think it appears that we're leading down the deferred path. I think I just want to make it clear that we could come back in 3 years to potentially have to offset this if things start to fail on a greater basis, right? This is not a it's not set in stone. This is not a definitive action. We could do another Prop 218 vote, mailing, and then have another discussion, another public hearing to potentially raise rates if we start seeing things fail at a higher rate, or PFAS starts to intrude, or any number of things becomes an issue.
Yes, sir. If it's the will of the council, we could initiate another Prop 218 at council's direction.
Okay.
Okay, so if everyone's okay, I'd like to go ahead and take the roll.
All right, and our city attorney has asked me to mention that the rate adjustments require a supermajority, so we would need 5 affirmative to pass the rates. So the motion by Vandermark, second McKeon, with reduced CIP scenario. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Mosier.
Aye.
Bolton.
No.
Burns.
Pass.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kalmick.
Aye.
All right, so the resolutions pass.
We got a-
6-1.
Have a pass.
I'm for the record, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
you're
I'm
cool.
sorry, that threw me for a
Yeah, me
moment
too.
there. Okay, so for the record, you're a no? Yeah. All right, so it still passes with a 5-2 vote. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn in a second. Thank you.